Alright, I am here. How's it going, people? My chat thing is gone. So let me get chat back over here. There's chat. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, special stream tonight. This is the Zelda Spaceworld 97 Experience. So what this is a ROM hack, ROM patch. It feels weird to call it a hack. For Ocarina of Time. That is a as accurate as possible recreation of the demo of Ocarina of Time that was shown at Spaceworld 1997. So this was about a year before the game came out. It's actually like, what, 24 years ago today, I think. Or very close to that, at least. Let me see if this little command that I have works. Yeah, so there's some information about it in chat. So, in January, I guess, there was a N64 prototype cart that was found to have leftover data from this demo on it. It did not have the full ROM. It had been overwritten by F0X. That's the N64 one, right? F0X. Hey, Bone Chalk, welcome in. How's it going, Bone Chalk? So it was overwritten by F0X, but some data remained on it. Mostly assets, map data, and the script for the game. I'm not sure if that just means the text or if it means some like more like you know, what do the actors do on the screen or whatnot. But it was a lot of information. And then a team took that, combined with the Nintendo Giga Leak, which is like just a massive information dump of Nintendo stuff that showed up online a little bit before this prototype cart was found. And they took data mined from that and combined with the prototype cart and were able to recreate as accurately as possible. Like what it seems like is, it seems that this is the real deal. This 97 Space World demo.
I gotta believe.
Hey, Tuffymon. Bonechuck, Black Friday prep almost done. Oh, that's good. I guess you're doing stuff for work. That seems like a hectic time. Oh man, I spilled some coffee. I should probably grab a paper towel. Okay, let me do that. I'll be right back. You guys can maybe watch the Link's Dream one more time. Be right back.
You gotta do what? I gotta believe.
Hey, Oceanics. You're here for the life-changing experience. I hope it delivers. Okay. Coffee spill cleaned up. Crisis averted. Let's get started. So, I mean, when I was a kid, and I had discovered Ocarina of Time for the first time, and I was really just obsessed with that game. I mean, it's still to this day my #1 favorite game of all time. Scum Shop, you don't know what it is, but you're ready to. So, by the way, welcome in Scum Shop. It's great to have you. I hope you're having a great night. An explanation of what I'm playing is right here in the chat. Your favorite game too? That's awesome. Yeah, Spaceworld was a like an E3 type event that I think it was put on by Nintendo. It was just Nintendo stuff. And this is a recreation of the demo from that event in 1997, using data recovered from a prototype cart and also from the Nintendo GigaLeak. Okay, so let's go back a second and see what we have. That's sick. Yeah, I was about to say, you know, one of the things that I remember doing as a kid was just trying to consume. Scum Shop, thank you for the follow. I was trying to consume all information about Ocarina of Time's development that I could, because, you know, we got these screenshots of like all kinds of points along the way in development, and there was stuff that was clearly cut from the game, and I used to love to just speculate about, you know, what was this, because, you know, the most famous one is that footage of Link opening a chest and pulling out the Triforce. Scumshop, you have a Triforce tattoo on top of your wrist. You think I'm in the right space here? You are absolutely in the right space. Yeah, that's a cool tattoo. So, when we go into the screen here, it's the select file screen. It's like a list of there's 3 main things, and this is part of the demo. Had it since you were 16 and 32 now. Nice. Yeah, that you're about the same age as me. Pretty close. Yeah, I played Ocarina of Time when I was 10, and it's been my favorite game ever since. So, now I remember there were store kiosks with for both Majora's Mask and for Wind Waker that had a demo situation that was similar to this, where you like select from 2 or 3 areas that you can explore. I think if you look at the oh yeah, definitely post your tattoo in the Discord. I'd love to see it. The GameCube Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition has that Wind Waker demo on it. So it's set up, if you've ever played that Wind Waker demo, it's like that, right? We have Hyrule Tour, Dungeon Tour, Battle Tour, and then extras. And I'll just show you guys what's in extras. There's map select and then there's the credits. So map select is obviously the interesting thing. Basically, these are all of the maps that data was recovered for. And there's stuff in here that's not in the demo, the demo that was shown at Spaceworld, but my plan for the night is to go through those demo scenarios, and then after the fact, we'll go into here and we'll load into all of these other maps and just explore what could have been, unravel the mysteries. Okay, so return to title. So we'll come back to the extras later. Let's go into what's the first one called? Hyrule Tour? Hyrule Tour. So, and then there's submenus here. So there's a couple different places we can go. We're just gonna start at the top of the list and work our way down. So Link's house. This is the start of the game. Okay, so we're in Link's house. The first real noticeable difference is that Link's clothes are very different looking. Saria is inside the house, which is not in the game. Spaceworld 97, The Legend of Zelda Hyrule Demo Tour. Welcome to Kokiri Forest, Jara. So this is an interesting thing, is that all the Kokiri say Jara, like it's their saying. I'm Saria of the Kokiri. Nice to meet you. Tuffy one. Something tells me that she never said that initially. You don't think so? In the okay, so this was in Japanese actually. This is so in the actual demo, this was in Japanese and it's been translated. So I don't know exactly what Jara is, but one speculation here is I have read the Ocarina of Time manga, and in there the Zoras always say Zora, like just like she's saying Jara here, and the Gorons always say Goro, like as like punctuation for their sentences. So maybe this was originally going to be the Kokiris saying that, or maybe in Japanese they do still say that. Try pressing the Z trigger when you go outside. You'll face the front, so it's super handy, Jara. Tuffymon, you're teasing the demo, yes, but not the game. Ah, okay. Tuffymon, wonder if that was due to the Pokemon craze back then. I mean, maybe. Pokemon hadn't hit, wait, did it? Pokemon came out after Ocarina of Time in the US, but way before Ocarina of Time in Japan. Actually, like, Pokemon Gold and Silver was shown at this same venue. Spaceworld 97. Apparently there's also people on searching for that demo. So here's one thing I noticed is when Link turns around, he handles differently. Like, he does this little like turning animation, whereas it's much more like on a dime in the original version, or in the released version. Okay, I have to get up for a second and adjust the brightness on my monitor. 1 second. Okay, it was a little bit too dark to see things. The show came out April 1st of 97, and they only speak their name. This was in November. Yeah, so they would have been working on this. Okay, I need to make sure that when I'm used to pressing B to go back and then like A to save, but if I press A here and I quit, it's gonna go back to the selection screen. Okay, the little like drawing of the dragon and Link is still here. That's interesting. Okay, there's no music, you can tell. This is a new character. I mean, well, an old character rather. Somebody that didn't make the final cut. Oh, and look, the action button is B, and the sword button is A. That's another interesting piece here. Yeah, those drawings were a nice touch. I've always thought so, yeah. The 3 yellow icons at the top right of the screen show items you can use with C left, down, and right, Jara. We know that. Here's Mito. Mito looks, I think, the same, right? Does he look different to you guys? Maybe a little bit. Maybe his clothes are a little different. Those who master Z master Hyrule. As long as you're pressing the Z trigger, you can fight without losing sight of an enemy. If you press the Z trigger again, you can lock on to another enemy. Go on, give it a whirl, Jara. So, Mito is a lot friendlier. She also looks very different in here. You don't actually have to buy the stuff on sale in this shop using rupees. You can get Deku Sticks by defeating Deku Babas and stuff. Well, it's up to you. You could at least buy some Deku Nuts, Jara. Let's see what the sign says. Kokiri Shop. Alright, so the shop is very different. We have the shopkeeper. He kind of looks the same, but I mean, it's definitely a different model, right? Scum Shop. If they would have had the owl be the first NPC you see in the demo, nobody would know about this game today. that might be true. Welcome, Jara. So this is kind of like set up like Link's Awakening. It seems like you maybe grab the item and bring it. Deku Stick, 20 rupees. Sorry, but you can't buy them yet. So maybe I'll come back if I find some rupees. literally all of the character models are different here. Like, it's kind of crazy just how much was not done at this point, like just 1 year before the game came out. Going to the fairy tree, Jara? In that case, be careful, Jara. There are huge Dekubabas growing on the way, Jara. When that weed attacks, it's invincible. Once it's still, that's your chance to defeat it. Use jump when you want to dodge, Jara. So, as far as like what the characters say and stuff, because it's been translated from Japanese, like it's not really, it doesn't really make sense to like think about like how different the dialogue is, except for the fact that like the Jara is in there. Look at this Kokiri. He doesn't look like anybody that made it to the final game. Scum Shop, you mean you appreciate the owl today and what he does, but back in the day, I like the owl as a character, but the amount of talking that he does, yeah, there's a lot of, you have to sit through him saying a lot. This is super interesting to see. I agree. I am so amazed that this exists. Swing your sword with the A button, Jara, but don't take a swipe at me. What happens if I take a swipe? Nothing. All right, let's go. This would be Mito's house, right? Am I right about that? Welcome to my pride and joy, my house. Well, take it easy, Jara. You can change the view mode with the C up button, so check it out. Oh, look at that. Yeah, and actually, I just finished a playthrough of Ocarina of Time, like the normal Ocarina of Time, fairly recently. So it's still very fresh in my mind. Everything is like really fresh right now, so I can really see what the differences are here. My house is a mess right now. Sorry you can't go in. Oh, so you can't go in. Try the house next door, Jara. House next door is my house. I already went in the other one. We talked to her. Fairy Deku Tree. Head right. How fancy. I know. His pride and joy. I'm a very shy person. That's why I'm usually out of sight. If you come near me, we can chat. This is so awkward. That's funny. Let's see what we can see. We can't go past this fence, you know, because it's a demo, right? So there's barriers here. But we can talk to whoever this is. Who is that, by the way? Can we look at them? Oh, we have the believe emote, but yeah, you totally can't read that it says believe. I need to fix that. It's supposed to say believe there. Oi, can you hear me? If you use the Z trigger, we can talk even when we're this far away, Jara. Not only that, when you hold down Z, you can jump with the B button, Jara. Did you know that already? Oh, you have that on your wall? I used to have it on my wall, a Scum Shop. Yeah, I'm a big X-Files fan too. Man, you're definitely in the right place, Scum Shop. Bonechuck, I think if Believe was a bit brighter. Maybe. Yeah, I'll definitely rework it. I will rework it. So check this out. You can, when you hold Z, you can jump. Like, you can just press a button and jump. It's like, isn't that weird? I mean, I remember this was like the first game that I played as a kid where you couldn't jump. So I always, I don't know, that just sticks with me that you couldn't jump in Ocarina of Time. Let's see, can we stand up here? That little like bridge thing that you have to like walk up and there's 5 rupees up there is not here. It's just this little stump. Scum Shop, I seen it at a local hippie trading store thing and you scooped it up. Nice. Okay. Oh, there's no roll. There's no roll here. If I press A, it swipes a sword. If I press B, it doesn't do anything. It just puts away the equipment. To jump, you had to backflip. Let's see. Oh yeah, we could do the normal backflip still too. Link is really extra. Okay, here's Dekubaba. So see, Navi is red when she goes, when she's looking at enemies. She's yellow in the final game. I wonder why they got rid of why they changed it. He won't jump without style. That is true.
Why would birds do something like that? Why would they just attack?
I don't know.
Who knows? But thank you for reminding us of this great unanswered question, Oceanics. Look at the Deku Tree. I am the guardian deity of the Kokiri, the Deku Tree. I entreat thee, work together with my servant Navi the Fairy to eradicate the evil parasites that burrow within my body. Now enter from my mouth. A group of crows is called a murder. I did know that. I did know that. Scum Shop, that's a sound clip from the movie Birdemic, Shock and Terror. It's probably like the ultimate movie that's so bad it's good. You should check it out if that kind of thing is up your alley. It's definitely bad, but so bad it's good. A group of ravens is called a conspiracy. I don't think I knew that one. Okay, so by the way, this is completely different, right? This is like an entirely different dungeon. This is kind of crazy. Troll 2 you watched on Halloween, that was really bad. So Birdemic is right up there with Troll 2. I would say they are sister films. So if you liked Troll 2, you will definitely like Birdemic. Okay, so yeah, Oceanics agrees, indeed. Okay, are you guys seeing this? This is an entirely new Ocarina of Time dungeon, or you know, an entirely different dungeon that wasn't in the final game. One of the things that people would like speculate and post online was about like finding a hidden dungeon in the game. Oh, where's my sword? I'm pressing I'm trying to press B to attack, but it's A to attack. Like, if you guys remember, one of the things that I have a lot of nostalgia for actually is in late 90s, early days of the internet, there were all these like crazy rumors about secrets in video games, in particular in Ocarina of Time. Like the big one was that you could obtain the Triforce in the game somehow, and that maybe there were like hidden dungeons like a sky temple or a light temple and all that stuff. Scum Shop, I didn't notice, but do they have the fire temple as a demo? They had a weird chanting thing that was changed. That chanting, oh, that's a good, yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's not, I don't think it's in the demo, but it is in the maps that we can load into through the extras screen. So I think we will be able to see the fire temple. That'd be cool if there was. Yeah, we will be able to see the fire temple, I'm pretty sure. And so apparently this room in particular was shown in a lot of magazines at the time, like screenshots of this room. And actually, I don't have a specific memory of this, but there was a YouTube channel that was talking about this this mod, and they brought this up. But yeah, apparently this room, those screenshots led to a lot of speculation about this being an entirely different cut dungeon, because there's these windows here, and when you look at the Deku Tree from outside, he doesn't have a bunch of holes in him. So people thought this was some other dungeon, but apparently it was part of the Deku Tree. You found the slingshot. Set it and shoot it with C. Aim for distant objects and shoot. Okay, we need to equip that. That's a neat area. I wonder why they got rid of it. True. Yeah, true about that he doesn't have holes in him. It does look really nice, actually. Like the way that the light comes in there. I like it. if they would have made a crack instead of squares, that could have worked. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. This is an enemy from inside Lord Jabu Jabu, right? And it's also interesting that they start us with the boomerang. I wonder if like that was ever intended to be in the final version, or if this was just like a way to demo the boomerang. Here, you know what? I'm also noticing that it looks really dark on my my preview window, so I'm gonna turn up the brightness for you guys a little bit too. I think it can use it. So I'm playing this through S-Video on my N64, and I don't know if I have the best S-Video cables. I actually ordered new ones because I think the ones I got, I mean, they're really thin. Definitely unshielded. But the new ones aren't here yet. Let's see. That probably looks a little better. Let me know if it doesn't. See, if you see big cracks in tree bark IRL, but I guess you were too little to worry back then. Makes sense. Scum Shop, you're the only other person than yourself that you know of that even knows what S-Video is, let alone used it before. Oh, I mean, I'm pretty into the technical side of playing on original hardware. That's definitely one thing that I love talking about here on the channel. So yeah, on my Super Nintendo and Genesis and PS1, I play those in RGB. Of course, N64 does not have RGB natively. You have to mod it. So I'm kind of the opinion that like whatever they put in the actual console is the intended way to play the game. So that's why I kind of prefer not to mod my N64 and just play an S-Video. Okay, I keep pressing the wrong button because the attack button is swapped. We'll see if I can get the hang of it by the end. Oh, Scum Shop, you were so happy that your laptop had S-Video when you bought it. Ooh. You have an N64 USB controller that you use. You need to fix the original one. Oh yeah, my I have done some repairs on my original ones also. I initially tried out these let's see, what are they? They're so you can buy the whole control stick assembly, including this gray part that goes around it and the control stick and the stuff and like the sensor inside. They sell those as assemblies that you can just swap in easily. I tried doing that at first, but those replacement assemblies that you buy, they are really bad quality. Like they do not have the right resolution that the original control stick expects. Like you have to move the control stick farther for it to register. So basically, like, you can't make Mario walk at all the speeds he's supposed to be able to walk at in Super Mario 64. That's the effect that it has. So I actually found a seller that sells the... Oh, that's interesting. You have to get him to turn around by shooting him. It's not like that in the original game, right? Or in the... I keep calling it the original game, but the released game. Anyways, yeah, I found a seller that sells plastic, like, gears. I guess they're like transition gears that capture the movement of the stick, and replace those gears in the original sticks, and that made them feel like new. Unfortunately, they don't have those in stock right now. I was actually looking at it recently because this came up when I was talking in somebody else's stream. And I don't know where you can get them, but yeah, the replacement joystick assemblies, I would say stay away from those. Let's see, Scum Shop. Yeah, that would be frustrating. Yeah, getting the cheap replacements for sure. Wonder if there's a model for a 3D printer for it. Maybe, but the one thing. Oh, this is very interesting. But the one thing about it is like it's a very small part, so you would need a very precise 3D printer. Most 3D printers, I think, that I've seen, most 3D printed parts are probably not precise enough. But I don't know. He found a piece of heart. 8 pieces make up a container. More containers means more life. There was a single heart container was going to be 8 pieces originally instead of 4. That is super interesting. Okay, let's see. Where can we go next? We need to go up. Maybe go back through this door, and maybe there was more than one door in here. I'm pretty sure there was. Oops. I keep pressing the wrong button. If we go down, is this where? Okay, it is. And that's where the Lord Jabu Jabu enemy is. So we don't want to go there. Glad they doubled that. Oh yeah, the heart pieces. Let's go this way. Did I already do this? Don't remember. Eight dash 4. What is that? Oh, 8 to 4. 8 to 4 for heart pieces. Got it. Got it. Why do my decking nuts not work? Okay, let's just leave you there. Bye-bye. Oh, no problem, Scum Shop. No worries. Alright, now, I think I already went that way. Maybe. Oh, look! There's a heart piece up there. How do I get there? How do I get that? Can I get it with the boomerang? Maybe I didn't go through this door? Yeah, then you only need 6 more, I know. Okay, we didn't come in here. What are these? These are Goma eggs. Okay, these guys look the same. Can I do a spin attack? Okay, here's something I noticed. When I'm holding the sword back to charge up a spin attack, I cannot move. I can only... yeah, I can't move when I'm holding the sword back like this. And also, I can't do the spin attack, it seems like. Maybe originally, you needed to see the Great Fairy to learn the spin attack. That's what it seems like. Goma's a fun boss. IMO easy, yes, but just a very good starting boss. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I mean, it was definitely hard the first time I fought her when I was a kid. It made me feel accomplished for sure. And but yeah, also like this dungeon, I mean, not this dungeon, but the dungeon that's in the final game teaches you how the game is going to go pretty well. All right, the compass. You can see it's definitely got it's got different artwork. The chests have been located. You learned where the boss is. Let's see what our map looks like. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, I gotta be very careful to not quit when I go over there because, yeah, my muscle memory from playing the final version of the game is to say yes to that question, because it's do you want to save? But here it's just do you want to quit, and it'll take us back to the title screen if we say yes. Let's see, the heart piece, where is that? There it is. Wait, what was that? Do I have it? Just, oh yeah, it picked it up as a second piece of heart. We've got 2 out of 8 now. Okay. There's also different sound effects, and some things that don't have sound effects. Like there's no sound effect when you just press Z to see in front of you. Okay, this looks completely different than anything in the final game. What do we got? The dungeon map. It's got a big question mark on it. Places you've been are lit up. Places you haven't remain dark. Oh, look at that little the way the UI is also completely different. Wait a minute. The heart piece is there. Can I like infinitely grab this this heart piece? Let's see. Do I have 3? Oh my god, I do. Let's see what happens if we just farm this heart piece. Let's see if it'll actually give us. Oh god! Oh god! No! This is karma. What do we have to do? That is totally karma for me trying to farm the heart piece. You were just gonna say that, yeah. Oh wait, I did not come in here. I did not fight this giant Deku Baba. So the noise that it makes when you lose a heart is something that's in the final game. Hey, Optimus Magnum, how's it going? Ocarina, nice. Hey, Optimus Magnum, this is like a demo version of Ocarina of Time that was like recently reconstructed. Here, let me I made a command to explain what it is, because I mean I'll explain it in words too, but yeah, back in January of this year, an N64 prototype cartridge was found that had data. It was at one time the Spaceworld 97 Ocarina of Time demo, but it got overwritten by F0X. But they were able to find data remaining on it that was preserved. So a team took that data from the prototype cartridge in combination with stuff that was in the Nintendo Giga Leak, and was able to reconstruct the demo from 1997, about like a year before the game actually was released. And there's so much that's different. And tonight I'm going through and just trying to explore every inch of it. Because if you don't know this, Optimus, my favorite game of all time is Ocarina of Time. And yeah, Scumshop, the giant Deku dropped a Deku log. That would be... Link wouldn't be able to carry it, I don't think. Link is too small. Needs the Goron bracelet. Alright, and what just happened was I'm doing like half of this dungeon again because I got a little bit greedy and it resulted in me falling back to the beginning. So this ROM patch was released just a few days ago, by the way. Optimus, you have it, but have never played it. Wasn't a big N64 person. Oh, well. I would tell you that this is the greatest game, well, that the final version of Ocarina of Time is the greatest game of all time. In this humble opinion. You got your N64 from a friend who gave it to you with his games. Oh, that's nice. That was nice of your friend. What other games do you have for it? I mean, my favorites are definitely the Zelda games. I also really like Pokemon Snap. Super Mario 64, of course. I really love Star Fox 64. That's one of the best. Okay, now I think we're back to where I was, right? We're back. All right, we'll just grab this thing one more time, just to get ourselves one extra piece of heart. Okay, we're still a few away. Like we need what? How many more do we need? 3 more? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 3 more. Don't remember all the games because they're all in boxes currently until you fix your man cave. Ah, gotcha. Well, there are definitely some gems on the N64. So this is how I feel about like N64 versus PS1. Obviously, PS1 has the bigger library. There's more to see there, and there's definitely a different style of game on the PS1. I mean, PS1 games are more cinematic and story-based, probably because they had the CDs. They could do full motion videos, and they could do voice acting. But N64 games are more like gameplay focused, I would say, as opposed to story focused. And it's funny because, like, I mean, I know that Ocarina of Time doesn't have like the most complex story or anything, but I was really taken by the story of Ocarina of Time when I was a little kid. Alright, we've got more giant Dekubabas. Scum Shop, you had played mostly Ocarina of Time, Mario Kart, Diddy Kong Racing, Turok, Conker's Bad Fur Day, and South Park. You love the Ocarina of Time story? Yeah, there's something about it, you know? I mean, it was probably it wasn't the first game I ever played with a story, because I played Super Mario RPG first, which has, I mean, still a pretty simple story, but way more complex than Ocarina of Time. Oh, GoldenEye, obviously. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I missed the boat on GoldenEye. I never got into it as a kid for whatever reason. Love Mario RPG. Well, we aren't the same person because I never played GoldenEye, as I said, but pretty close. Yeah, Mario RPG was the first RPG that I ever really loved. First RPG I ever played was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which is, you know, looking back on Mystic Quest, I have a lot of nostalgia for it actually, and I think it's really charming in its own way. But it's definitely does not hold a candle to the other things that Square was doing on the Super Nintendo. Oh yes, yeah, Bone Shock. I know Bone Shock Broadcast is a fan of Mystic Quest as well. He played through it on stream recently, and that seems like a good excuse to give you a shout out, Bone Shock. Yeah, if you like it here, Scum Shop, I know you're new here, so probably maybe you have not seen Bone Shock Broadcast, so I would recommend you or anybody else give Bone Shock Broadcast a follow, because he's a fellow retro streamer with a very genuine love for video games, and I think if you're having a good time here, you'll have a good time there. No problem, Bone Shock. Scum Shop, I don't type as bad as it looks. Honestly, your keyboard is. Hey, no worries, Scum Shop. Don't worry about it at all. I can read most of these typos. Even if I read the typo out loud, as soon as I say it out loud, I'll know what you meant. Unless it's really bad, and if I if I don't, for whatever reason, if I can't make it out, I will ask. Okay, here's some more windows. Look at the way the light comes through. I just noticed that there's something wrong with my my layout. Let me see if I can fix it. Chat box is not showing up. Where's that chat box? You won't be offended if I ask you to rewrite it. You don't look before you hit enter usually. Okay, good. Where is this silly chat box? I left a space for it right above my webcam, and I just noticed that it's not showing up. So I want it to be there. All right, we're just gonna maybe add a new one. Sorry about this, guys. You probably don't care about it at all, but it's just the perfectionism coming through. And plus, like, I feel like something goes wrong technically almost every single stream. But this one is one that's really easy to fix. I think. Yeah, there it is, except we can't really read what's being said there because it's so small. Oh well. It's probably better without it, isn't it? Well, I'll just keep it there since I went through all the trouble of bringing it back in. Maybe we can do something like that. All right, I am done messing around with the chat box. Bonechalk, you got your SO function in order after stream last night. Was still using Streamlabs coding. Oh yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to switch over from Streamlabs yet. I do plan on it. I definitely don't agree with the stuff that they've been doing. I just haven't had the time to switch over yet. Scum Shop, sometimes look at your chats and you're like, WTF did I say? I've done that before too, and it's like, it's always like as soon as I hit the keystroke, I was like, wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. You're kind of a Twitch veteran, not bragging, but you used to stream a lot. So if you ever have a question, you may be able to help. Okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind. Scum Shop, do you still stream? Or you said you used to? I would, I'll give you a follow either way. Haven't since December? No, you're coming up on a year then. Alright, so I unlocked a door on the other side. I cannot get over how this is a completely different dungeon. Like, I mean, this is a little bit simpler than any of the dungeons in the final game, but I mean, it's still like a complete Zelda, 3D Zelda dungeon that we've never seen before. Jump, you nerd. Calm Coalescence, check this out. There's a manual jump in here. By the way, welcome in, Calm Coalescence. Hope you're having a great night. Hey, Charlie Ray, how's it going? I hope you're having a great night too. So if you're just joining us, what I'm playing here is a recently released recreation of a demo of Ocarina of Time that was shown in 1997, about a year before the game came out. Oh look, there's another heart piece just chilling there. What? This is so weird. Hey, thanks for that, Scum Shop. Yeah, so this was shown at a show called Spaceworld 1997, which is like a thing a la E3, you know, a video game trade show, and I think it's something that's run by Nintendo, so it would be only Nintendo stuff there. But yeah, like in January of 2021, a Nintendo 64 prototype cartridge was discovered with data from this early demo on it. Now, the ROM itself had been overwritten, but some of the data was recoverable, a lot of it actually. And a team, like some fan developers, used that data on the cartridge in conjunction with stuff that came out from the Nintendo GigaLeak, data mined from that, to basically recreate this 1997 demo as accurately as possible. And you know, there's so much that is not in Ocarina of Time. Like this dungeon that we're in right now, this is inside the Deku Tree, but it is completely different. Like, there are Skulltulas here. We found the slingshot in here. It's kind of vertical in nature, and the similarities end there. Like, this is a completely unseen 3D Zelda dungeon, and it's really mind-blowing. And you know, as a kid, I was super obsessed with Ocarina of Time, and one thing that I did was try to find out all like information about the development, because along the way they showed so many different versions of the game. You know, there's a lot of stuff that they showed even earlier than this, right? So, you know, I always had this fascination with what was cut from Ocarina of Time. Part of it stems from, like, all the late 90s internet rumors about, like, secrets hidden in the game. Like, can you find the Triforce? Is there a hidden dungeon? And a lot of it comes from that. Hey, CDI fails. I heard you can't find the Triforce in this hack. That's lame as hell. Shaking my head. Where's the Triforce? CDI fails. You worked on this, right? Welcome in, and thank you for making this. It's amazing. I am like thrilled to be able to play it. Scum Shop, it's really cool, especially if you love this game. You grew up wanting to be a Kokiri. Yeah, you did a few things here and there. It was a fun time. That's so awesome. I am so thankful to you know, you guys that worked on this, because this is like, honestly, this is like a childhood dream come true to be able to see the stuff that was cut. And yeah, finding the Triforce, exactly. That's the thing. Like, you know, there's that early, I think that's from a much earlier build of the game, right? Where there's the footage of Link going into a room and opening a chest, and out pops the Triforce. But that totally like fueled all of these internet rumors. So that's kind of where the fascination with what was cut came from. Artificer Nemo, sup party people? What's up, Artificer Nemo? Welcome in. The F is Spaceworld 1997. Okay, I've been prepared for this question. Imagine E3, but in Japan, and in November, and in 1997. That's a good summary, I think. Here's my my summary of what the heck it is that I'm playing. Yeah, and you know, one thing that is interesting about all those old rumors of Ocarina of Time is that in both Twilight Princess and in Skyward Sword, Nintendo totally took the stuff from those rumors and put it in the games. Like, one of the things was a sky temple, which was in Twilight Princess, and then was even more in Skyward Sword. That's what I'm looking for. What part of this is your inner child most excited for? Okay, so CDI fails. The part that I am most excited for, it might be a weird answer, but it's like the way Kakariko Village looks. I just love the way that Kakariko Village looks in this for whatever reason. I mean, it doesn't necessarily look good. I can see why it wasn't like that in the final game. And I don't know if you can go there in like the demo, right? You can only go there in the map select. Am I right about that? Ophelia, love the old Kakariko. Oh, great! I'm not alone. Also, it's labeled as the forest temple sanctuary, right? That old forest map, I really love. Artificer Nemo. So this is not so much the released game, but what they had originally envisioned. It's not. I don't know if it's what they originally had envisioned, but it is it's a demo version that they made along the way, right? Like, there's a lot that is undone. This is pretty much the entire game. It looks like they did fine-tuning on. Let's see. CDI Phil says, yeah, it's not in the demo part. Scum Shop, I'm excited to see the Fire Temple and hear the audio. Oh, maybe CDI Fails can answer that question. Is that Fire Temple audio? There's like a chanting sound. Is that in here, or was that like later or earlier? Charlie Ray Twitches, you're looking at your rewards and challenges. What is Scanline? Oh, well, Artificer Nemo has answered that question for you. So we are going to take a trip back for a few moments and live like we're in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s with some good old CRT scan lines. That's what we're doing. That's what this redemption is. Make things look old. So I'm playing through the RetroTink 5X, which has these amazing, realistic CRT scan lines. And the reason that I don't play with them all the time is because if you're not watching at full screen, there could be aliasing. It could be like weird patterns that show up and it won't look right. But we can put them on for 10 minutes at a time for sure. And let's kick off that timer. All right, let's see. What did I miss in chat? Scum Shop, I think it was a concept showing off the Zelda system. Charlie Ray following me on Twitter. Oh, thanks. Artificer Nemo, full retro. My eyes. You know, do your eyes not love it? Because I sure, my eyes love it. But then again, I don't have the aliasing stuff. And actually, I'm not, I'm playing on an actual CRT, by the way. So I'm seeing the real deal, even more than what the RetroTink 5X is doing. What is Guide the Raid for 5K? Guide the Raid is if you want to choose who I raid at the end of the stream. That's what that is. Okay, which way? Oh, we got some spider webs. This is starting to look a little bit familiar. By system, you mean combat puzzles you may find, etc. How to use items as an explanation of the demo. For the oh, sure, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, and I think it was just to show off what the game is going to look like, right? Because Ocarina of Time was one of probably the most hyped N64 game. All right, I'm really terrible at fighting Deku Babas in this. So just so you guys know, Deku Babas are way harder to fight in this than they are in release Ocarina of Time. Like, you need to stun them with Deku Nuts, and I never do that in the real game. What is raid? Raid is at the end of a stream, when you sign off for a stream, you can basically go and host another streamer, essentially. Like, everybody that's in chat can join into another streamer's stream. It's good. It's a fun way to build a community. That's how I've found really cool people to follow on Twitch, actually, is from going along on raids. Artificer Nemo, did anyone else encounter an April Fool's joke of getting a T-Rex in Ocarina of Time? I don't remember that one, Artificer Nemo. Love the pen and ink colorless. Charlie Ray, I found you because you are talkative. Oh, can it be my own stream? Oh, yeah, it can be, Charlie Ray. If you're gonna be streaming at it'll probably be between midnight and 1 a.m. Eastern when I end. So if you're gonna be streaming at that time and you want to spend your 5,000 points, actually, absolutely, we'll come raid you. Artificer Nemo, was a convoluted bunch of tasks and some primitive photoshopped that bamboozled me as a kid on ye old internet. Well, there were so many of those that weren't April Fool's jokes, that were just actual hoaxes. Okay, where did I go? I went the wrong way here, didn't I? We totally went the wrong way because we've already gone through here. Thanks, Scum Shop. We all have to believe. I guess I can't go back. Maybe this just looks the same as the other thing. Still have to save 5K. You're at 910. We'll let you know and keep catching you to earn more. All right, Charlie Ray, no problem. Okay, this is a new place. We're progressing. Scum Shop. You started out with a Nintendo and a Sega as your first consoles. We also had a Sega Saturn. Ooh, you know, I have never had a Sega Saturn, but I always wanted one. Even when it was new, I wanted a Sega Saturn. But I didn't want it as badly as I wanted a Nintendo 64. So, never got one. I did recently buy a Dreamcast. Actually, my wife bought it for me. She's an awesome wife. So maybe look forward to some Dreamcast games on stream at some point in the future. All right. Boogerman was your favorite game, followed by Sonic and Lion King. Sounds like it. Gotta play Crazy Taxi. Yeah, Crazy Taxi is definitely one on the list. Probably the Dreamcast game that I'm most interested in, I would say, is Power Stone, and maybe Power Stone 2. Those are ones I really want to play. Echo the Dolphin isn't on that list. Oh, Echo the Dolphin. Echo is really cool, actually. I found a piece of heart. Ooh, we only need one more piece. You know, Echo the Dolphin is a very creepy game. Do you guys feel the same way? Charlie Ray, you're at 2.62 average viewers, so close to being affiliated. Hey, nice. I hope you reach that check mark ASAP. You loved it, but you were like 8. Like, I think that Echo the Dolphin has this really disturbing kind of vibe. Like, it's very creepy. Especially as you, like, just dive deeper into the ocean, right? Let's see what the map says. The old mappy map. Where am I in this? What? This is not showing me where the boss is it? Oh, it's saying that the boss is on B1. Okay. So where have I not gone? What's in here? Have I gone in here? Yes. We came from here. First floor. I noticed that. But it seems like the idea here. Oh God. Well, we're going down whether I like it or not now. It seems like the idea here is to go all the way to the top and then jump through a hole or something. But who knows? I could be misreading that. I'm just gonna explore this top layer a little bit more. These Skulltulas, though, I wish that they could just die more easily. Fighter for Users. Hey, welcome in, Fighter for Users. How's it going? Sup? I am playing an Ocarina of Time, a recreation of an early demo of Ocarina of Time from Spaceworld 1997. And it's pretty wild. Here, let's, how are you doing, Fighter for Users? Hope you're having a great night. Yeah, this is what I'm playing. Not bad. Thinking of streaming, but just started viewing. Like, thinking of starting to stream for the first time? Is that what you mean? Streaming is a really fun time. It is the highlight of my week when I get to stream. So I recommend you try it. Oh, I haven't gone in here, have I? Would be one night a week. That's how I started, and I eventually added a second day. I usually only stream twice a week, but it's definitely the thing that I look forward to. Okay, so what happens? We went across there, and the thing dropped. But let's see, can I make this jump? It doesn't look like I can make it. Oh, I can. Okay. Busy life and probably the slowest night for viewers too. I think there's viewers every night. I think there's always people looking for a place to hang out on Twitch. Just Sundays? You know, this past Sunday, when was that? A couple days ago, I noticed a lot of people streaming and a lot of people viewing, I think. You know, I wouldn't get discouraged if you think, oh, I can only stream on Sundays, you know, give it a try. I mean, I would say that for most things in life. Just give it a try. But sometimes that's easier said than done. I understand that. Okay, so I have been here. Except for hard drugs. That's probably a good idea, Scum Shop. You're right. Listen to Scum Shop. Alright, where So that way is the bridge that fell. This way is this way is the thing that goes around. Okay, so yeah, we're at the top. Maybe you can't beat it. Maybe this is just the end of the demo. Is CDI Fails, are you still in here? And if you are, is this the end? Can you actually fight Goma from the dungeon? You can beat all dungeons in the demos. Okay, thanks. I will keep searching then. But we guessed how you beat the Deku Tree and a Dongo Cavern. Okay. All right, running Bob-omb, go to the first floor. Okay, sure thing. I'll give that a try. All right, let's just jump. That was the next thing to try, is go to that one room I haven't been to. I guess that makes sense. Oh, but okay, I see. Fighter for users, like if you were to stream this game, you would bust out your playable Ocarina. Oh, you know what? It's funny that you mentioned that, Fighter for users, because I too have an Ocarina, an Ocarina of Time replica, and I have been wanting to make a channel point redemption to play a song, but I haven't gotten around to actually like learning how to play them. So maybe in the future, you guys can hear me play the Ocarina. All right, but I've noticed that our scan line timer has run out. It's time for us to return to the present day of digital displays. No scan lines, no blurriness, just nice clear pixels, except it's on the N64, so it's not really nice clear pixels, but you know, I think the N64 looks really great through the RetroTink 5X regardless. So let's do that. Let's do that. And let's move this timer away. But thanks again to Artificer Nemo for having us spend some time in the olden days there. Charlie Ray, how do you like your game? It's really cool. I am just blown away by the fact that this exists. CDI Fails. Apparently ceramic ocarinas are really finicky and the plastic ocarinas actually play better. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like not in tune. Like it's probably very, I mean, this is probably like something that was like manufactured very cheaply in China, and you probably need more precise hole placement than whoever made this one was willing to do. Fighter for users, you haven't practiced. Yeah, I know. You've just had a natural talent for instruments. Nice. Scum Shop. That's funny. It was bright orange and see-through and didn't sound bad. You have no idea where it went. Oh yeah, I missed that message about a plastic ocarina. I saw it, but I forgot to read it out loud, and now I don't know where it is. But yeah, plastic ocarinas. Maybe they're better than ceramic ones. Fighter for users, you yourself just use an emulator and ton of ROMs if you'd want to stream. Yeah, hey, nothing wrong with playing on emulators for sure. I mean, there's some games that are, you know, just play them however you can. You gotta play them however you can. I am a connoisseur of original hardware, and I I love being able to play on original hardware. It's just part of the experience, part of what makes the experience so fun for me. But, you know, I definitely think people should play however works best for them. Let's see, SNES, NES, N64, and Sega. Those are some excellent consoles. Goma is lurking in the dark. Change your view with the C up button and search for Goma's glowing eye. Will do. Oh, there we go. I guess you gotta stand on the side of the door. All right, this looks familiar now. We're back in familiar territory. Only ROM that pissed you off is you can't get Gauntlet Legends to run. Oh, N64 emulation is very hit or miss. As even Nintendo knows. Used to play the heck out of some Gauntlet. I only played the GameCube version, Gauntlet Dark Legacy. That's the one that I played. All right, good old Goma. This seems the same to me. I'm not noticing anything yet that is different, but we'll see. Oh wait. There we go. Fighter for users. Our old comic book store had the arcade version. Oh, cool. Was it the arcade version of Gauntlet Legends or the old school Gauntlet? Tanny boy, welcome in. Glad you could catch you playing this. So excited. Yeah, I'm glad you can make it, Tanny boy. How's your day going? Day/night. Hope it's going awesome. Yes. So Tanny boy, you've come in on the part that is not different. Part that we all probably know. Fight with Goma. But the entirety of inside the Deku Tree is a completely different dungeon. A completely unexperienced 3D Zelda dungeon. It's pretty amazing to see it and to play through it. Okay, I'm like really low on hearts. I noticed there is one big difference here. There's no grass to chop for hearts. There we go. We got her. Let's see if there's anything interesting about the animation. It looks the same to me. I'm not noticing any differences. Luckily, you got Dodongo's Cavern up next, and that's pretty different too. Ooh, I'm very excited. CDI fails. All right. Let's see. Fighter for users: Gauntlet Legends, Dragon's Lair, and Carnival. That's cool. All right, and that brings us back to the title screen. This seems like a really great place to take a bathroom break, so I'm gonna do just that. I'll be back in 1 to 2 minutes, something like that. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, and I will be right back. I guess you guys can hear me that I'm back now. I forgot to mute the mic, and I totally bumped it. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we are back to the menu. You know what I want to do real quick is to play the credits. Number one, you know, again to thank the people that made it, and number two, in case anybody else like shows up in here, I want to know that I recognize the names, you know. Yeah, CDI Fails is all over this. You did everything. You said you worked on some stuff. You're in every section of credits. Jardik already showed up, but he keeps his secret. Oh, no problem. I mean, I appreciate the lurkers just as much as anybody else watching. But Jardik, if you are listening, thank you to you as well. And hopefully I'm pronouncing that name right. Okay, I think I... Did we go through all of them? Yeah, we did, because I saw assets. Alright, cool. So, the next thing on the list here is Hyrule Castle. Here's Hyrule Castle. Textures on the ground and on the canyon walls are completely different. There's no gate. There's no lawn, really. There's no guards yelling at you. Yeah, there's no lawn here like there is in the final game. It's just kind of like this rocky cliff face. Like, is the castle like built into a cliff in this? That's kind of... Well, no, it's still like a grassy hill. Let's take a step back and oops, I wanted to stand like as far away as I could and like look up at the castle. You know, I can't remember what the silhouette of the castle looks like in the final game. Is it different here? I mean, it's very similar at the very least. I mean, the area here though is completely different. Do we have any items? We have no items in this stage. Oh, we have 99 rupees though. Castle silhouette is different, you think? Okay, cool. Oh, here's something that I noticed. We haven't really like looked through the menus or anything, but the Kokiri sword is just called knife. It looks a little bit smaller than the Kokiri sword. All of the items have different artwork, and the map here is very different. I mean, not different in terms of geography, but it's a different picture. Okay, and let's go check out what is over this way towards where the Great Fairy would be. It's just a rock. You like that map art? I like it too. I look at some of this stuff and sometimes think it looks better than what's in the final game, but I think it's just ultimately I think it's just like the novelty of it that makes me feel that way. And like a little bit of the grass is always greener on the other side, but I love seeing it, that's for sure. Alright, what do these guards have to say? I'm thinking someday I'd like to become a grand gatekeeper who blocks the way and doesn't let anyone pass. He says the same thing. That's pretty funny. Someday he will be that. Someday that's exactly what he'll do when they finish the game, right? Let's see, do we have anything down here? Let's see if we can get rupees from swimming. Oh wait, there's a little... Okay, that's just to get out of the water. I think something similar to that, if it's not that exact little ledge, is in the final game. Oh, we don't have the little hill over here to get up. I guess in gameplay testing, they found out that it was really annoying to swim all the way back to the moat, so they added a little ledge over there. There's no door here. The fact that there was a door here in the final game was a very mysterious thing, because like pretty much every other door in the game you can enter. You see Mario's in the windows. See if Mario's in the windows. I don't think we can get in right now because the boxes aren't here. The impression that I get is this is just like a place to walk around. I think this is it for Hyrule Castle. And CDI fails can correct me if I'm wrong. There's more than the castle to this tour, though. Oh, we can go back. Sure. Running Bob-omb. It's supposed to be the door where the guards throw you out if they catch you. Oh. That makes a lot of sense. I never put that together. Wow. You have enlightened me, Running Bob-omb. I was always like, why is there that door there? What is it supposed to be? All right, Market Town. See the colors are a little bit different. It seems like is the main thing. Oh wait, we don't have the Happy Mask shop. Let's see, can we go inside any places? Can we talk to people? I saw an angel. A girl like a divine angel, as though she wasn't of this earth. She was in the castle courtyard, frolicking with a beautiful white horse. Huh? How'd I get into the castle courtyard? I can't tell you that. To think you can get in through that little hole by the waterway beside the castle wall. Oh, don't tell anyone I said that, kid. So, in this town, there's like this building called the Temple of Time, and it's been here like forever, right? But the entrance is like shut, and there's like this weird stone slate. I totally don't get it. It's like super annoying. We'll go check out the Temple of Time for sure. Hey kid, you see that mountain over there? That's Mount Hebra, also known as Death Mountain. It's a volcano where the Gorons live. Gorons are some strange folk. You can usually find them curled up like rocks. I heard they make bombs which they use to smash rocks, then eat them. Eating such hard stuff, they must have some strong teeth. Psh, I'm jealous. That's pretty funny. Just look at how different all the character models are. Like, they are the same characters, but they're definitely earlier versions of them. Hey, you're a kid I haven't seen before. Those clothes, that hat. Son, are you a Kokiri? The Kokiri rarely leave the forest, so it's been a while since I've seen one. That winged ball of light flying above your head is a fairy, right? And that's right. You got me all figured out. Do you know about the Shadow Folk? They are the Sheikah, the shadows of us Hylians. For generations, they've sworn allegiance to the King of Hyrule and carried out sorcery, espionage, and even assassinations. It seems they maneuvered secretly throughout the underworld. But with the dawn of a peaceful age, such covert work became unnecessary. Since then, no one has seen a Sheikah in the world of Hyrule. Perhaps the Sheikah died out, only used and exploited. It It's a shame when you think about it. Huh. So, does anybody know? Because I know that from my understanding is that the text here that was recovered.
Why would birds do something like that? Why would they just attack?
I don't know.
Hey, Bonechuck, thank you for that. Okay, so from my understanding here is that the text recovered from the prototype cartridge was Japanese, so this must have all been retranslated, right? But does anybody know if this like stuff about the Sheikah, is this in the Japanese version of Ocarina of Time? Because you know, in the you know, like the Shadow Temple and Beneath the Well and stuff, like hints at this stuff, like used and exploited, and even the Ocarina of Time manga talks about this or like hints at it. Text is similar to this in Final Ocarina of Time, both English and Japanese. Oh, really? Okay, so maybe I need to go back and to the Final Ocarina of Time, because this is like a piece of information that I didn't really think was in the game. But I could be wrong. But thanks, CDI Fails. We Hylians are a people chosen by the gods. Our ears are so big we can listen to the voices. Got it, kid? That's one way to explain it. Hey, kid, have you ever been up Zora's River? There's a secret fountain up there where the Zoras live. Zoras are all slimy and smell like fish, so I'm not a fan. Downstream of Zora's River is Lake Hylia. I hear there's a water temple at the bottom. I can't make out what character this is supposed to be at, actually. Can't really make it out on the in 240p. They say that west of Hyrule Field is a vast desert where the Gyarados dwell. The path is intersected by the depths of Gyarados Valley, which can't be crossed by humans, so I haven't gone yet. But they say the Gyarados are a tribe of women. Hehehe, Gyarados, the land of women. Wouldn't I love to pay a visit? Not that it's any of your business, kid. Okay, dude. You do you. The King of Hyrule has a princess named Zelda who's about the same age as you, son. They say that Zelda has a mysterious power. That's why there are rumors that Zelda is a legendary sage. Charlie Ray, you just saw my chair. Is it like a cover or something? Oh yeah, it's just like a throw blanket. Yep, it's I think it adds a lot to the aesthetic here. I think I got it on like Redbubble or something like that. Saved by the Bell vibes. Oh, that's what we're all about, the retro aesthetic here. All right, Temple of Time. So check this out. Like, do you see how the camera follows you even though it's a pre-rendered background? So there must be just like lots and lots of discrete samples of these renderings. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it does this in the final game. And you can see Hyrule Castle up over the hill there. Let's see how far we can walk. Charlie Ray, I stream with your Chucky and people talk about him. Final game could do it but doesn't. Oh, interesting. Does that mean that like all of these different renders from different angles are in the data in the original, in the final game cartridge? Because that's kind of neat. Yeah, and like I don't know why they wouldn't do this, because like this is a really impressive effect for the N64. Like, you know, it looks like you're I mean it's like sampled discreetly enough to look like it's you know, like really rendered by the game. I mean, it would have fooled me as a kid maybe. I mean, it looks great regardless, even if it doesn't fool you. Well, you mean more so the camera influences the way the pre-render moves around, and they could have set it up like this, but they didn't. Not that the pre-rendered images would look good with this effect being used. Okay. So is it, it is like a bunch of different renders, right? Or is there some like processing that's happening to like recreate those on the fly? I mean, my guess would be it's there's just like many renders of that scene from different angles, right? Here's the Door of Time. It doesn't have the Door of Time symbol on it. The Triforce is upside down here. I always wonder what that's all about. The pedestal that you warp to, very different. It does look like this is a little bit like hastily thrown together by putting that red carpet on it. Okay, that's the Temple of Time. The way it works is sort of complicated, but you can try to explain it. If it's gonna hurt your brain to explain it, don't bother. But I mean, it's impressive, for sure. Oh, I guess Market Town does something like this. I don't know why I didn't think about that. So in these 3D pre-render scenes where it's not just a fixed camera angle, and this includes the market and the houses where the camera rotates, the skybox texture gets replaced with these pre-render images. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's see if we can go in the back alley. That's what we need to do before we leave the market town. Looks like there's no back alley. Maybe from the other side, though. Let's try it. Nope. Okay, what about... That's the Temple of Time. What about this way? Anything over here? Nope. Okay, let's go further out. And then the skybox just gets rotated into a fixed spot where it lines up with the collision map and the... Oh, okay. So it's like so it's got a weird perspective. Like the pre-rendered image has like a weird like perspective thing. And it gets like mapped onto a shape or something like that. So then the camera can move however you want and everything still lines up all neat and pretty. Yeah, it's technically a cube map, you believe. Okay, cool. Thanks for the insight there. Okay, it looks like we can't go out into Hyrule Field here, so I think it is time to go back to the menu. I think we've explored and talked to everyone we could. So let's see what waits us next on the Hyrule tour. Hyrule Field. That's where we were going to try to go anyways, so let's do it. We're on Epona. This hill seems a lot like a lot higher than it is in the final game. I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering that correctly or not. Here's like places where we can jump. Practice our horse jumping. There's Zelda's horse. Look at that. I don't think we can jump over. Oh yeah, we can. We can jump over the high one. So yeah, there's like other random horses running around Hyrule Field, which is really cool. This is weird. Yeah, I know. Seeing her horse. I think, so Ganondorf's horse should be roaming around here too. So like having wild horses roaming Hyrule Field is something that was not revisited until Breath of the Wild, right? So here's like the edge of the map, so we can't go up Death Mountain or into Zora's River. Let's navigate. Let's just explore, right? This is what Hyrule Field is all about. Oh, this looks like the entrance. That's the entrance to Kokiri Forest. So here's where we would have come out. What else can we see? Look at these very brightly colored bushes. There's it seems like a lot of like the trees and stuff are not placed in yet. Okay, it's kind of interesting that like right over here is where the entrance to Lake Hylia would be, right? And there are these like gates and stuff that you can jump with the horse over here, but that little like structure is not over here. I wonder if they kept those gates here. I wonder if like these gates evolved into those gates over development. Yeah, if they had the trees, shrubs, and rocks alongside those horses, this demo wouldn't be running very well. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So I guess that's why the horses got cut, is for performance. They thought that trees would add more than horses, which is probably right. I think I would agree with that. Let's see, Lon Lon Ranch. Oh, it's barred off. Okay, here's that big stone wall. This is here in the final game. There's another horse. Charlie Ray, gonna check out other streamers. We'll catch the next one. Sweetie, also want to take a nap before you stream. Okay, well, thank you for hanging out, Charlie Ray. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you again next time. Okay, what do we want to see? We have to see Ganondorf's horse before we exit out of this. So we'll just like, oh wait, is there a moat? There is a moat. Okay, so this looks pretty close to normal, the castle. Oh, I just noticed the mini map in the bottom right is very different. I think I kind of like that mini map better than the final one too. It's like a lot of the map stuff I actually like better in this demo than what got into the final game. Running Bob-omb. Actually, they wanted to add the horses on the field for the demo players and never meant them to be there in the final product. This was mentioned in some interview from one of the developers. Oh, okay. Thank you for that insight, Running Bob-omb. Yeah, that is, I did get that sense a little bit just from, I don't know why, but yeah, it's cool that they're in here. So I think we've explored all of Hyrule Field here, but as soon as we see Ganondorf's horse, we'll quit back out to the next thing. So were Zelda's horse and Ganondorf's horse, were they in the actual Spaceworld demo? Or is that something that you guys put in just for this? I guess it makes sense that they would be in the actual demo because like it opens up with the scene of the horses running out of the castle. Their assets were loaded in this map, so yes. Okay. Cool. And we have a screenshot of Zelda's horse here. Cool. Very cool. Where's Ganondorf's horse, though? I've seen Zelda's horse like 5 times. I'm assuming it's not, I guess like one thing that is crossing my mind is, does it randomly choose which of Zelda's or Ganondorf's horses to spawn? Or is Ganondorf's horse here somewhere and I just can't find it? I've also seen the normal horse a bunch. They have their own paths, they just hide if you're too far away. All the 3 horses run the same path but behind each other. Oh, okay, so I can just like go over here and wait and we'll see Ganondorf's horse eventually. Can I switch into oh, whoops. Let's walk around on foot a little bit. Alright. Waiting for Ganondorf's horse. There's Zelda's horse. So, anybody got any Thanksgiving plans? We're having my sister-in-law and her boyfriend over. And I spent all day cleaning the house. Right up until it was time to stream. Have a banquet turkey TV dinner. Nice. That's there's something, definitely something to be said about that. Definitely good in some way. Something to be said for that. I think that's the words I was looking for. There it is. We found it. Oh, there he goes. It does exist. Alright. We've seen all the horses. And I think we've seen all of Hyrule Field here. So the basic geography is pretty much the same. Let's see what we've got for items. You know, I haven't tried swinging the Megaton hammer. Let's do that. That seems pretty much the same. It looks like the hammer model looks different to me. It looks a lot more basic here. Like what Link is actually holding. Some of this stuff I could be wrong about, though. I mean, also I haven't tried firing an arrow or throwing a bomb. Does the bomb have... The bomb, like, has some handles on it or something, it looks like. That's interesting. There's our arrow icon, small bag, adult wallet. Those icons all look different. Oh, giant's knife. Whoops. Let's try that out. Cool. Yeah, there's no spin attack here. I guess you have to probably had to see the Great Fairy to get a spin attack. Okay, let's go to the next place on the tour. Coffee went down the wrong pipe. Death Mountain. Okay, so we're right in front of Goron City. Except there is no Goron City. It's just a wall. I guess that's probably like that for the demo. Oh, we've got Gorons. They look a little bit different. Spaceworld 97, The Legend of Zelda, Hyrule Demo Tour. Welcome to the Goron Mountains. I'm a jolly Goron. I might look weird, but I'm a good guy, Goro. Ah, see, this is like the Goro thing that's in the manga. I guess the Kokiri have their Jara. The grass growing at my feet is an alpine plant called a bomb flower, Goro. They are a specialty in these parts, Goro. If you pull it up with a B button, it will become a bomb. When you pull it, it catches flame on its own, so you don't have to press the B button to let it go. Quick. So you have wait. So if you don't press the B button to let it go quick, watch out, Goro. Let's try it out. That's a bomb flower, all right. Oh, I see that the bomb doesn't do its like it like gets bigger and smaller for a few seconds before it explodes. There's no fence here. People can just fall to their death. I'm glad the Gorons decided to install some safety rails. Part of me just wants to jump down here, but I also want to see all that there is to see here. So we'll walk. We'll take the long way. Some Hylians sued the Gorons and then they put it up. That's my headcanon for sure. Death Mountain Summit, currently closed. Okay, well we're gonna have to challenge that for sure. This is different. It's less platforming than in the final game. More just straight up climbing. Okay, this looks kind of different. I guess this is the same. I'm guessing the volcano is not going to erupt at us. Let's see. It looks like we can climb all the way up. Let's see what's up there. Oh, no, we can't climb. Never mind. Okay, we'll keep going down then. Oh, weird. That texture is over here. But again, we can't climb. Wait a minute. Where are we? Woo! We did a little bit of a jump. Oh, is this, wait a minute. I'm a little confused. Oh, okay. We're right back at the start. Got it. So what items do we have here? Same that we had in the, inside the Deku Tree. Oh, hold on a sec. I want to take a look at Kakariko. Oh, look! It's Kakariko the old way. Lady Bear! Welcome on in. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Lume Karanta. Over Emotional Robot, welcome in. Welcome in, Lady Bear. Thank you so much for the raid. I am doing a special stream tonight. Over Emotional Robot, you read about this. Yeah, so here I made a fancy command to say what it is. Loom Karanta. Holy damn, you said it right on the first try. Oh wow. I guess I should be proud. So, welcome in, Lady Bear. By the way, how was your stream, Lady Bear, and what were you playing? And everybody who's coming here for the first time, I'm Space Robot Arm. I stream retro games from original hardware whenever possible. And right now I'm playing a very special game. Lady Bear, you saw Ocarina of Time and had to raid. Well, everyone like murders it terribly, and you got it well enough. Well, I'm glad I could. Glad to do it. Oh man, now I'm on the spot to say it again. Lume Caranta, or was it Lume Caranta? See, I totally did it worse that time. Let's see, Lady Bear, you're playing GTA San Andreas. It was good. Nice. Were you playing the original version, or were you playing the new definitive edition? I had to have him teach me Lume. Okay, it was Lume. Okay. I totally said it worse the second time. You were playing the definitive edition. So I've heard not so good things about the definitive edition. It doesn't seem very definitive from what I have seen. It's a game. Well, I guess that's something to be said about it. I love San Andreas. Like, it's an amazing video game. Amazing gameplay and storyline. It's unbalanced, lots of weird bugs, but still fun because you love the OG game. Okay, cool. Yeah, I saw that San Andreas is the only one that's on Game Pass, and I kind of wanted to try it out just for kicks. Okay, so I need to explain what it is that I'm playing here because Link looks a little different, right? So what this is a recreation of an early demo of Ocarina of Time from Spaceworld 1997. Spaceworld is like a Nintendo industry expo kind of thing. And back in, I guess, January of 2021, a N64 prototype cartridge was found with that had been, at one point it had the ROM for this Space World demo on it, but it had been overwritten by F-Zero-X. But not all of it was overwritten. A lot of data was able to be recovered, including a lot of assets, a lot of map data, the script for the game, and that combined with data from the Nintendo Giga Leak that happened a little bit earlier. If you don't know, the Giga Leak was a giant leak of data from Nintendo going all the way back to the 90s. I think people are still like poring over it to try to find stuff. A lot of amazing stuff has been found from there. Anyways, the prototype cart combined with the Giga Leak gave a team of modders, developers, enough information to pretty much fully recreate that demo and then some. And that was released a couple days ago, I believe. And it's a patch for the Ocarina of Time ROM, so I'm playing it on original hardware on the N64 via my EverDrive. And yeah, it's kind of like a childhood dream come true, because when I was a kid, I was super obsessed with Ocarina of Time. It's my #1 favorite game of all time, and I really loved to like look at the early screenshots because they showed like lots of different versions of the game along the way, right? I loved looking at those early screenshots and like speculating about what got cut. Part of it is because like all of the like late 90s internet rumors about like how can you find the Triforce in the game or how to find a secret dungeon. And a lot of it like was spawned by some of these early screenshots. You know, like there's one of the most famous ones is like Link going into a room and opening a chest that has the Triforce. He just pulls the Triforce out of a chest, right? So this is like amazing to me that I'm able to play one of these earlier versions of Ocarina of Time. And you guys, Raiders, you missed the first part of it, which was wild because it's an entire dungeon inside the Deku Tree, completely different from the final game. It's like a completely unknown 3D Zelda dungeon that you can play now. It's wild. And so now we're here on Death Mountain. And let's talk to this Goron. Dodongo's cavern has walls and floors you can blow holes in by using bombs, Goro. Pay special attention to walls and doors colored differently than their surroundings, Goro. You should try planting bombs in all sorts of places, Goro. You'll open unexpected paths, Goro. So you can see like the text bubbles are very different. The mini-map is very different. Danger, Dodongo's cavern. So we'll go in there after we explore the rest of Death Mountain. Oh, the other thing about this. Hey, thank you for the follow. Hold on a second. KingMe3030, thank you for the follow and welcome here. I hope you're having a great night and a great time watching this. So let's see. Yeah, we'll go into Dodongo's cavern. We've actually got I think we have two of the devs from that worked on this here in the chat actually. So you know, once again, thank you to them, CDI Fails, and whoever else may be here. Thank you so much for making this thing possible. It's so awesome. So the way back to Kakariko Village is blocked because this is a demo. So this is the boundary of the demo. But we will get to see Kakariko Village later because in addition to just what was in the demo version, there's also other maps that were recovered from this data. And there's like a map select menu at the intro of this thing. So after we go through like the proper demo portion, we'll go back and go into all of these other maps. Lady Bear, what? That's so cool. Thanks for making my favorite childhood game. They're devs that worked on the recreation of the Spaceworld demo. Not the original, not the Ocarina of Time, if that's what it sounded like I was saying. But still, yes. Okay, so here we are in Dodongo's cavern. It's different, right? There's no well, actually it does look like maybe you can bomb those walls. Okay, so we're at the point of a CDI Fails. I made Ocarina of Time. Miyamoto-san, welcome. Okay, so yeah, we've got a whole new Zelda 3D dungeon. This one, just from the way that the entry room looks, it doesn't look as different as the Deku Tree was, but yeah, it's probably different enough to be very interesting. But right here, I'm gonna take another quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Thank you all for hanging out and bearing with me, and I'll see you in just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Thanks everybody for hanging in there. Alright, let's explore Dodongo's Cavern. There's 2 of these things here, and do they move? They move much more slowly. It's less obvious that they're moving. Yeah, it's definitely a lot different. Let's see, is that guy coming to life? Yes. Okay, and yeah, like I said, the action button and the sword button are switched here. So it's still, I mean, I'm fairly used to it by now, but the last thing that we were in, the last 2 areas of the demo, there was no combat. It was just, we were basically just exploring Hyrule Castle, Market Town, and Hyrule Field. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to get used to combat again. Deku Nut. Alright, let's see what we got. Here's a switch. Can't climb up there. Okay, yeah, I think on the in the final game we also start Dodongo's Cavern on the left-hand side from the opening. Alright, let's see if this bomb can last until we get there. Is that gonna work? Hey! Watch this. Pieces of heart. They're just like chilling. They're just a sprite. You just pick them up. No big fanfare or anything. You need 8 of them to make a heart container. Isn't that something? Alright, let's see. How can we use this guy to blow up this wall? Blow up the wall for me. I don't care if it hurts me. Thank you. Oh, there's nothing here. Bone Shotgun, you thought 5 was a lot? I know, right? Okay, I guess we need bombs, which we probably don't have yet, right? Yep. Oh yeah, maybe we want to just spend a second looking at the menu for people that came in with Lady Bear. The medals show up over here. They're the medallions in the final version. And we haven't gotten to this yet, but the medallions are the magic spells in this version, and there's 6 of them instead of just 3. So later when we get to a point where the game gives us the medallions, that's going to be super interesting. Okay. So, okay. I need to be very careful not to say yes to that question, because in the final game it's, do you want to save, which I always say yes to, but in this it's, do you want to exit, which will send us back to the stage select. Okay, there is a barred door. Oh, interesting. There's a little path that goes down into lava here. This is different. Very different. And there's those very inconspicuously rising and falling pillars. An octopath. Was there something about it that was 8-like? Or octopus-like? Alright, maybe we need to just finish this one off. Oh, maybe we can lead him to that other wall? No, that's not gonna work. Oh, maybe it works. Let's try. See if I can. Oh no, he's turning around. Come back! Come back! Come back! Come back! Just word association. Gotcha. Okay, so actually, I just noticed this for the first time. So, well, I noticed this before. There's a manual jump in here. Like, you can jump up, you can jump forward. I mean, jumping left and right and back is the same. as in the final game. But when I was fighting that guy, that Armos, I just noticed like jumping forward, there's no attack. You have to press the A button again to do the attack. That's different. All right, let's see. Can I get a bomb flower to that one rock face that I haven't blown up yet? Yeah, I got a little bit mixed up with Z targeting there. Okay, it's worth trying one more time, just because I kept targeting and untargeting and stuff. Let's go. Nope, not gonna make it. Oh, wait a minute. That one's... Oh, it's all the way back here. Let's see. Okay, there's more places to bomb on the other side. That is something worth trying. Whoops. I jumped too soon. It's so interesting, like, how much of the broad strokes of the design for the dungeon, for this room at least, how much of the broad strokes are here. And that's the same, it's the same with a lot of other things in the game. So much of the broad strokes are here, but so much, it's still so different. Like, there's so much fine-tuning that happened between November 1997 and November 1998. Actually, does anybody know the Japanese release date of Ocarina of Time? November 98 is the US release date, but probably it came out in Japan first. Actually, yesterday was the anniversary of Ocarina of Time's release, so this is like super duper timely. It's also the anniversary of the Spaceworld show within the last couple days, or maybe it's even like today. Okay, this is a familiar place. Do I have the other shield to equip, by the way? No, we just have a Deku shield. I wonder if it burns up in this or not. I'm gonna guess it doesn't. I'll be surprised if the shield still burns up. Let me tell you, these baby Dodongos are way easier to fight than the Deku Babas were. Deku Babas in this demo are way more difficult than they are in the final game. You found the dungeon map. Places you've been are lit up. Places you haven't remain dark. Like, the textures on these walls are definitely different. There were no brick walls in Dodongo's Cavern in the release game, I believe. Okay, this is a familiar place too. This is where we fight the Lizzle foes for the first time. Oh, I'm pressing A thinking that it's gonna do the jump attack. Nope. Were they this annoying in the final game? I mean, I could definitely jump attack them more easily. And I'm still mixing up my buttons. Okay. I'm just gonna walk around to whatever I see shimmering in the distance here. Oh, it's rupees. 5 rupees. Sure, I'll take some rupees. Which reminds me, the shop. I mean, I kind of wanted to see how the shop works, but I don't think we ever got any rupees in Kokiri Forest. The other thing is, it works on the. You have to hold the button for Z targeting, and I'm pretty sure in Ocarina of Time, in the final game, it's Z targeting is a toggle. But I know other Zelda games have the option to have it be a hold or a toggle, and I don't think Ocarina of Time does. I think Ocarina of Time is always the toggle. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it's interesting that they like weren't sure at this point. I'm sure that they had like a lot of internal discussions about whether it should be a hold or a toggle, and that's why eventually they just said we'll give players the option. Okay, this looks like the room where the stairs drop down. Oh no. This room is in the final game. It's just it's colored very differently in the final game. It's not this like bright orange. And I feel like the ceiling is a lot lower in this room than it is in the final game. The switches are very different. The switches are just like giant squares sticking out of the ground here. We got a big Dodongo. Right. So what games have you guys been playing? Anybody playing anything interesting? Worth talking about? I've actually been on a Zelda kick myself before even hearing about this. I've been trying to play through all the Zelda games that I haven't. And what really kicked it off was Skyward Sword coming out on the Switch. There were really only 2 Legend of Zelda games that I hadn't beaten. One being Skyward Sword, which I finished, finally when it came out for Switch. And the other one is Triforce Heroes. So I recently started playing that, and at the same time I also started playing Hyrule Warriors, the first one. I don't know if you. I kind of hesitate to count it as like a proper Zelda game because it doesn't have The Legend of Zelda in the title, but I figured I'm counting all the side games too. I'm gonna try to be able to say I've completed every Zelda game, including Hyrule Warriors, and that is leading me towards the ultimate sad conclusion that I should play the CDI games too. But right now what I'm playing off stream is Hyrule Warriors and Triforce Heroes. Okay, the button thing is hard to do. It's hard to get used to having to press the button twice, press 2 buttons to do the jump attack. Okay, so this room is very similar to the room where you fight the big Dodongos. Hey, we got a piece of heart. Heart pieces are just like all over the place here. Oh god, CDI. Yeah, Scum Shop. I don't know if you know this, but the two of the 3 CDI games, the ones that have like the similar gameplay style. Oh, CDI fails. So Faces of Evil and Wand of Gamelon, those got like remastered PC ports. Like I think the games are like recompiled for PC. And so like the idea was to just make them playable. It's not like making them good or better or anything, just playable. You can play them now. in a less frustrating way, I guess. So someday I'm gonna play those. Someday. I'm gonna finish the Zelda games that I'm playing now, maybe though. Art made in MS Paint. That's what it looks like. Yeah, definitely made by the lowest bidder, I think. Okay, how are we gonna light these bombs? Now, normally, in the finished product, there's like an empty space, and then there's some bomb flowers against the wall, and you just chuck a bomb flower into the empty space, but I guess here we can just do this, right? There we go. And then the game that I'm playing through on my normal streams right now is Final Fantasy II for the PS1. I'm also a big fan of Final Fantasy. Overmotional Robot. The photos of this in Nintendo Power blew your mind as a kid. I know, right? Me too. I was actually looking through the Nintendo Power archives last night, and in my Discord I posted an image of Nintendo Power's coverage of this specific demo. But I noticed like the month before, so they wrote about this in their December '97 issue. Yeah, I think that's right. And then the November, I might have that backwards. I think they wrote about this in the January '98 issue, and in the December '97 issue, they had a feature that was called Zelda 64 100 photos, and it had screenshots of like all stages of development, even going back to like the initial tech demo, where it's like a really Western cartoon-looking version of Link fighting a like a very chrome-looking knight enemy. That's like the earliest screenshot. All right. Let's see what is the deal with this room. There's something to figure out here. Yeah, CDI Fails is one of the devs that did this reconstruction. So yeah, really cool having them in the chat. Okay, let's see. I kind of want to see if I can kill this Dodongo close enough to this block if it explodes. That's what I'm thinking here. That's why I jumped back down. Oh, I was going to talk about Final Fantasy. So what I'm playing through on my regular streams right now is Final Fantasy II for the PS1. And I'm also a big fan of Final Fantasy, and when the Pixel remasters came out for the old Final Fantasy games, I really wanted a piece of that old school 2D Final Fantasy, but to be honest, the Pixel remasters at first didn't really do it for me. I didn't really like the art style that they had. Wow, what is going on with these flames? I guess I got to stay on the opposite side of them. This is very different from anything that's in the final dungeon, I believe. Okay. So yeah, I decided to start the PS1 version of Final Fantasy II because that's the version that I knew as a kid. That's the version that appeals to me the most. And I'm at the final boss. So if you want to see me beat Final Fantasy II, come back on Monday, next Monday. We will definitely beat it. I've been saying that I was at the end of it for like the last 2 weeks, it seems like, but last time on Monday night I got to the final boss, fought it, came very close to beating it, but died, and then it was too late, so I ended the stream. Overmotional robot. There's one photo burned into your mind. It's Link standing in a town next to a woman, and he's an adult and has brown hair. Bone Shock, I'm glad you believe, and I believe too. Thank you. Yeah, Overmotional robot. I think that is an earlier build, but that is also burned into my mind. That one is in. If you look up that 100. What did I just pick up? Small bag? Bombs. Oh, that was the bomb bag. Okay. It was the beta. Yeah, it was some I think they used beta to just mean everything that wasn't the final game, like cuz this is a beta as well. But I know the exact picture that you're talking about. It's also burned into my mind for sure. Okay, let's equip these bombs. And yeah, you know what? Like after the stream tonight, I will post the I'll post that other Nintendo Power feature that has all like the even older images. Now, there is stuff in this that has a very similar vibe to that picture. It's not in the demo proper, but there's a map select screen here where we can go to any of the other maps that were part of the data that was used to recreate this. So, yeah, there's some really cool stuff that is similar in vibe to that one picture of Link with the brown hair in the town. So another one that's burned into my mind along the lines of that, though. Overmotion robot, but I remember it just setting my mind on fire with what was possible. Yep. Scum Shop, you'll be lurking, but AFK, have a good stream. All right, thank you Scum Shop for hanging out and chatting, and I appreciate you lurking, and hope to see you again. And you have a great rest of your night. Okay, I gotta time this. Okay, what are the physics driving around this boulder in a rectangle? Ooh, there's a piece of heart hiding behind that chest. I was in the middle of saying something and totally forgot what it was. Was it about the other maps? Yeah, there are other maps that we will go to. After we go through the demo tours. Yeah, there's stuff in here. There's the recreation of the demo, and then there's extras that are the other maps that were recovered. And once we finish the proper demo, we'll go and load into each of those maps and explore every inch. That's my goal, is tonight to explore everything there is to see here, because this is just mind-boggling that this even exists. Like, and it begs the question, you know, if we were able to recover the information to make this a reality, what else is out there? Will we someday see Mother 64? It's possible. You know, the other big N64 thing was let's see, should I have dropped a bomb from up there? Was I up there? Do I need to go back? I think I do. Anyways, the other big N64 thing that happened just within the last year, I'm pretty sure, was also an early build of Dinosaur Planet, which was the game that eventually turned into Star Fox Adventures. But before it was Star Fox Adventures, it was just called Dinosaur Planet, and it was an N64 game. And that was uncovered this year too. So like, the hope for Earthbound 64 or Mother 3 64, whatever you want to call it, I think it's not unreasonable to hold out hope for that. Or even earlier builds of Ocarina of Time, you know, like the version with Link with brown hair. That would be something. Okay, I clearly messed up here and need to go all the way back around. Oh, wait a minute. The room with the stairs. Okay, it's coming back to me. I don't think I needed to go this way. I think I took a very long extra route here. It's fine. We have no roll, by the way. There's no roll in this version. If I press A, it takes out the sword. B just puts away equipment. That's a pretty big difference. Okay, so right, so we hit that switch, it opened the door on the other side, and that's where we need to go. Over emotional robot, say what you will about the Gigaleak, but without it, we might not have some of these textures. Yeah. And, I mean, I think it's great that the Gigaleak happened. I mean, what was Nintendo gonna do with the uncompressed audio data from Super Mario World? Like, I think there's all kinds of stuff that we got out of the Gigaleak that we would have never gotten otherwise. I mean, I have no vested interest in whatever value Nintendo perceives that data has. Oh, also, I think this is just, I mean, this is obviously just for in this demo, but like, pieces of heart respawn, like you can farm them. Obviously not intended for the final game, but I just think it's funny. Like I totally already got that piece of heart, but it still counts towards my piece of heart total. Oh, here's the place that I haven't gone. Gotta, I think, just drop down over here and do something maybe, hopefully. Here we go. Does Navi have anything to say? She's floating around up there. Over Motion Robot, it's one of your big criticisms of Nintendo. They are way too stingy with their older stuff. Yeah, for sure. I mean, people want to see this, obviously. Like I mean, I believe that Nintendo actually has very good, is like very good about preserving their data, it seems, but they're only preserving it for themselves, not for the outside world. Okay, how shall I open Dodongo's mouth? You know, in the final game, we have to drop bombs into its eyes. Maybe I just throw a bomb? Oh yeah, look at that. That worked. First try. Damn right. Okay, so... Oh, there's a signpost. Dodongo's skin is hard enough to be invincible, but actually, they seem weak to bombs. It's secret to everybody. That's a nice touch. You notice how the bombs have handles on their sides? I think that's interesting. That's different. Alright, so the Goma fight was pretty much exactly the same as in the final game. Let's see if there's anything about the Dodongo fight that's different. I remember seeing that in screenshots. Yeah, there are definitely screenshots of the Dodongo fight. Or oh, wrong button, wrong button. Oh, We missed it. We missed our chance. Oh boy. What do I do when I can't use my turtle shell shield with him rolling around? There we go. Oh, we only got one hit. Time to bomb some Dodongos. I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos. Yeah, I've decided that at some point in the near-ish future, I'm gonna play the Zelda CDI games. I don't know if I'll play them on stream, but I'm gonna play them. I don't know if it would make for a fun stream. I guess it depends. If they can be finished in one sitting very easily, then maybe I would play them on stream. I don't know. People would like to see it. Yeah, I think you're probably right. But would I like to play it? That's the real question. I mean, I think I would, to be honest. I think I love the obscure parts of Zelda history. Like exactly what we're doing here is an obscure part of Zelda history, I'd say. Okay, can I get in front of you? There we go. Got him. OMG, SRA. I was playing Quake last night and had people in chat that had never heard of nor played Quake. It made you feel so old. Wow. That is, I mean, a new version of Quake just came out. And it was like, I feel like it was a pretty talked about thing. But, yeah, I can see why that would make you feel old. I think I've played Quake. I have never played Quake very extensively. I may have only played Quake to the point of, like, booting it up and walking around. But I've definitely heard of it. So, so there's that. Okay, so that was, the Dongo's Cavern. So that was all of the Hyrule tour. So we finished all of this. And now the dungeon tour. Now I'm pretty sure this is going to be just the same stuff that we've already done. But there's the special course. Let's see what this is about. I used to play Quake on your cousin's computer in like '98. Yeah, I think the computer I had in '98 was not powerful enough to play Quake for sure. Could play Diablo 2 though. Bone Shock, the only way to play Quake is with Big Willie style playing. That story was great. Okay, I'm out of the loop on Big Willie. I apologize. Alright, let's see what the special course is. It reminds me of the Gyarados training grounds. But we have Saria here. Spaceworld 97, The Legend of Zelda Dungeon Tour. Welcome to the special course. Here you can select 3 courses. Each course has a warp point at the goal. The content of each course is written on the signs, so be sure to read them. Let's give it a shot. Sure, let's give it a shot. Yeah, this is definitely the entrance of the Gyarados training grounds. You'll let Bone Shock tell it. It's freaking funny. Bone Shock, on your way home, but I'll tell you when I get there. Okay, definitely don't chat and drive. I found the dungeon map. Alright. Archery course. Shoot the monument with your bow and arrows. Hit all targets to clear the course. Alright, archery course, let's go. Okay, this is just like the Gyarados training grounds. This is an exact room from it. You just gotta hit all the eyes. One more. We did it. Let's see what our reward is. Are you playing with an N64 controller? I sure am. And I'm playing this on my N64. I'm playing this on original hardware using the EverDrive. Here's the warp point. Is this warp point gonna lead me somewhere else or back to the beginning? That's really cool. I think it's cool. I'm glad you do too. Alright, that was the archery course. Yeah, so this is released as a patch for the Ocarina of Time ROM. I think in that little blurb I wrote, I put a link to the GitHub page where you can download it if you want to try it. Yeah, so there's a link in there to the GitHub page. Actually, that link is not going to work because the word thanks. Just put a space. Get rid of the word thanks at the end of it, and it should work. See, there's something goes wrong every stream. That's the first time I noticed it. Okay, tag course. Chase after the fleeing ghost called Poe. Defeat it to clear the course. I wonder if this is gonna be like Dampé's maze. Oh, it sure sounds like it. Look at this. This is just like the Dampé mini game. Oh, it even drops fire at me. Totally different textures though. Alright, so I said I was gonna explore every inch. Does that mean I have to go back in here and take all the wrong turns? I don't know if I necessarily want to do that. Maybe there's something cool to find though, you never know. I remember one of the things that I used to do as a kid was try to explore all of Dampé's course, actually. But this looks like it really is just the same as that course, just with different textures, right? Does it seem that way to anybody else? Yep, there's this big open room too. Alright. Oh, we gotta fight Poe now. And I can't... Oh, I can target it. Okay. Pressing the wrong button again. Come on, Poe. I don't think I'm gonna go back in there and take all the wrong turns. So, sorry if that disappoints anyone. Alright, and we have one more area on the special course. Let's see what that is. Oh, and by the way, I was talking about the other games that I'm playing on stream right now. So I'm about to finish Final Fantasy II, but the next game that I'm gonna play through after that, from start to finish, is Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. Let's see, Maze Battle Course. 4 ghosts called Poes are hiding in the maze. Destroy them to clear the course. Huh, so that doesn't sound like anything else. Let's see what this is. You love Minish Cap. Yeah, so Minish Cap is the Zelda game that it has been the longest since I've played it. I only played it when it was brand new. I played through it and thought it was pretty unremarkable. To be honest, I was a teenager at this time, but I was a little disappointed in it. I was hoping for something on the GBA that was more like A Link to the Past, or more like Link's Awakening specifically. A Link to the Past would be cool too, though. But what I meant to say was Link's Awakening. I don't know. I found Minish Cap kind of underwhelming and short. You like the art style and the gimmick? Yeah. I mean, I like the art style now too, but as a when it was new, like, I mean, I really love the way that Wind Waker looks, but I was one of those people that kind of wished for something that looked like the evolution of Ocarina of Time art style. But obviously, I love Wind Waker a lot now, and I do love the art style of Minish Cap as well. But the thing is, so that's my take on Minish Cap. But over the years, I've seen so many people say that Minish Cap is their favorite Zelda game. Overemotional Robot did not like getting the dumb rune pieces or whatever they are. So I don't remember that at all. So like I said, it's been almost 20 years since I played it. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty much a fresh playthrough. I mean, I remember the broad strokes, I think. But anyways, yeah, I've seen so many people say that Minish Cap is their favorite Zelda game, and they're people whose opinions I respect. So I really want to go into it and see if I can see what they see in it, because you know, from my memories of my experience playing it, that sounds outlandish to me. Oh yeah, you wouldn't go so far as to say it's your favorite, just, you know, kind of liked it. Yeah, I mean, I kind of liked it too. Just like, I mean, it's a Zelda game. So yeah, I'm excited to play it again, to see if I can see what makes it so great to some people. And again, it's the Zelda game that it has been the longest since I've played, so it'll be fun. Let's see, okay, she says the same thing. So we did all 3 courses. So I guess we're done here. Can I leave? Is there a door to leave? No. Alright. So this is where, I mean, 2 of these things got incorporated into the final game, and one of them, the pose in the maze, just got... well, I guess the Forest Temple... Maybe they put that into the Forest Temple. Alright, I think we can head out of here then. Okay, and the next thing on the list is the battle tour. So Goma and King Dodongo we've already done, but the Stalfos, let's see what that's about. But before we fight these Stalfos, I am gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, and thank you all for hanging out here. I'll see you in just a minute. I'm back. Bonechuck, you've survived Black Friday prep, and I'm home. Congratulations on surviving Black Friday prep. Hey, are there any great Black Friday deals that I should know about? And that's a question for everybody. Congrats, yes. Congrats on surviving. Alright, let's see what these Stalfos are all about. It's pretty much the mini-boss kind of area from the Forest Temple, right? This is just like a showcase of combat. Got one. I wonder if this is gonna be over just after beating these two Stalfos, or if there's anything more to it. Oh, I keep, like the jump attack is totally different than what I'm used to. There's a jump attack. Got him. We did it. Let's see what items we have here. Nope, just the usual. Buy two, get one free on Switch games. Ooh, that's pretty good. I need to get myself Age of Calamity still. Okay, so that brings us, I think, to the end of the demo. But there's more. There's extras here, and I've alluded to this earlier. And I actually think what's in these extras is the stuff that is going to be the most exciting to see. So, so that is the demo, the Spaceworld demo that has been recreated. That's what was shown to people at Spaceworld 97. But there are more things. There's more data that was recovered. So there's a map select here. So, you know, we've been to a lot of these places, but let's see where we haven't been to. So Hyrule Field, we've been to. Kakariko Village. Oh, we have not been to Kakariko Village. Let's go to this Hyrule Field though, because maybe those fences aren't there. Let's see. Whoa, I can take out my sword on Epona. Interesting. Okay, the fences are here, it looks like. Got to tell them the Quake story. Okay, Bonechuck. So we got Quake around when it first came out, played it a bit, and it was fun. We also got Will Smith's Big Willie Style on CD around that time. So is that what you listened to while playing Quake? Big Willie Style. Okay, I think this is the same Hyrule Field that we've already seen. Oh, we have all of the items though. Wow. Okay, we have to check out the items before we leave this Hyrule Field. This is where the fun begins. CDI fails. Yeah. So I've seen, you know, a little bit of it, but yeah, this is definitely where the fun begins, I think. We'll see what the mirror shield looks like first of all. Okay, I think it looks the same. Maybe it's a little bit less shiny. Bonechuck. So anytime we started up Quake, the BGMs would be like. Would be the Big Willie Style album. That's funny. Let's see, Goron Tunic. Yeah, that's pretty much what we expect. Zora Tunic, sure. Iron Boots. Yep, that's pretty familiar. Hover Boots. Yeah, pretty much the same deal. I'm not sensing any difference with the hover boots from the retail game. Landmine. This is a landmine. It's not a bomb chew. That is interesting. What is this gonna do? Can I... What happens if I walk on it? Maybe only enemies can set it off. Okay, maybe we'll have to try that in a place later if we see some enemies. We'll try the landmine again. The hook shot. Pretty much the same. I mean, it's got a different graphic there. Overmotion Robot used to wear that Zora tunic constantly. Yeah, I did too. Not necessarily because I like the color, but just because it was like the final tunic of the game. So, you know, in the older Zelda games, you couldn't change your clothes back after you got the upgrades. So, Boneshock. So for me, Quake and Will Smith will forever be intrinsically linked. I guess that's a good thing. Is it a good thing? Are you happy about it? Boneshock, you would wear the Goron one because it was like the red ring. Makes sense. Makes sense. So we got a chicken egg. Let's see what happens if we use the chicken egg. Nothing. We do a whistle animation though. The Lens of Truth. I like this. The graphic for the Lens of Truth. It's fun. Looks like the circle is smaller, and the color around the screen is different. We've used the Megaton Hammer. Look at this horse grass whistle. So I guess we wouldn't have had Epona's song. We would have had this horse grass whistle, which, you know, was later. This idea was... Okay, I wanted to hear what it sounded like. That idea was used reused in Twilight Princess, right? You called Epona with a blade of grass. Oh, we didn't make the jump. Alright, I'm getting off. You have to give the egg to Sheva. Let's see if Zelda's letter will do anything when we try to use it. Oh, we take it out. It looks like this item doesn't work here. Okay. We got red potion, green potion, empty bottle. Let's just see like if there's any different animations or anything. Yeah. Nothing noticeable. Let's see what it looks like when we let out a fairy. Okay, that looks pretty much the same as the final game. Alright, I think this is the real fun, is going to be trying out the spells. So, the spells are linked to the medallions here. And there are 6 of them instead of only 3. And I know that there's at least one that is really, really cool. But let's see what happens. So, fire medallion. Gotta drink a po'. So that's Din's fire, pretty much. It's a different animation, but it's Din's fire. This is the water medallion. It's like an ice thing. We'll have to try these again on enemies, but let's just try them all, just to see what we can expect. The forest medallion. This is the warp one, right? Pharaoh's courage. So maybe we need to try that. Well, what did it do? Did it do anything? If I like move over here, can I warp? Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, and it warped us to where we start on the map. Okay. Got it. Let's try the light medallion. Oh yeah, this is the cool one. So check it out. Check it out. Oh, this is the spirit medallion? Okay. But anyways, isn't this awesome? So neat. I know. Like, so this was a spell in Zelda 2. If you guys remember, you could turn into a fairy briefly in Zelda 2. You already see why they didn't leave that in. But they could have put like an altitude limit on it very easily. And it lasts for a limited time. It sounds like it's about to run out of time. Oh! Cool. Okay, so that was the spirit medallion. This one is the light medallion. I'm not sure what that one does. We'll have to maybe try it around some enemies later. And the shadow medallion, which has a different color here. It's like dark gray here, but in the final game it's purple, right? Oh, right. This one is stealth. So I mean, there's no enemies out here, so we can't really see how cool or uncool this is. But yeah, it's stealth. All right, for good measure, just so we could say we've done it all, let's drink these potions. Okay, the potion animation looks the same from the final game, from what I remember. We have no magic to refill with that. Okay, let's go to the next map. So that fairy one, though, is probably the best thing in here. Whoops, I keep forgetting which button to press. Gives you a spotlight for your solo. That's what the light medallion does. You can also equip them onto the bow. What? Okay, well, we've got plenty of places to try that. Okay, I think this is one of my favorite things in here is Kakariko Village. Let's see. Here's Kakariko Village. And this is Overmotional Robot. When you were talking about that picture with you know, the brown-haired Link standing next to someone, like, I feel like this version of Kakariko Village has that vibe. I don't think it's that same picture. Yeah, this is so crazy. You can't talk to the NPCs here, I don't think. Sort of. It's the same vibe. It's like it's from the same era, maybe. It's a secret to everybody. I think all the fences say, I mean, all the signs say that, and you can't go into any of the houses from what I've seen. The one in the photo had larger brick buildings and paved streets. Yep, yeah, I know exactly which photo you're talking about. I assume that was Hyrule Castle Town in that photo. But interestingly, when we were in Death Mountain, we could look down. You know, you can look down and see Kakariko Village below, and it was this version of Kakariko Village that you could see in that background. Yep. So there's no villagers to talk to. Yeah, I love this. I love the way this looks. I don't know why, but there's just something about it. Just like, this looks like such a great place to live. You know, if I could live in this village, in this like peaceful little valley with these beautiful green lawns and this nice little row of trees, I would just be so happy. Sashka Kakashka, you like it. Welcome, Sasha. Sasha, how are you doing? Thanks for joining. Overmotional Robot just had me thinking, like, what if it's like Zelda 2 and there's all these towns all over the map? Oh yeah, that would be you know, that's probably why I love Zelda 2. This village definitely has evil living beneath it. Well, it's got spiders that hang from nowhere. Here's the graveyard. Whoa, what? This one is a different color, isn't it? Does that look like it's a different color than in the dungeon, or is it just because we're seeing it in the daylight now? This graveyard has the vibe, right? I mean, these, I can tell that these are probably all very much like placeholder maps. I don't think they ever intended the final game to look anything like this, but still. It's nuts seeing this being played. I agree. It's nuts playing it. It's amazing. Your childhood on screen. I know, right? That's exactly how I feel over Emotional Robot. Exactly how I feel about it. Okay, so I don't think, it doesn't look like there's a path to Death Mountain. You know what? Let's let's try equipping the fairy spell to the bow. What do we get? Okay, we just get light arrows, essentially. Although I guess these would be spirit arrows. Oh, you can equip them in both places. Probably for every map we're gonna have to go into fairy mode. Oh, there's something over here. Good thing we went into fairy mode. This would have been very easily missed. It's a passage. Oh, it's Death Mountain. It's the way to Death Mountain. Let's see if we can go back to Kakariko Village. Oh, let's see. I wanna show that that background image where we look down and we can see Kakariko Village below. Look, it's that version of Kakariko Village. You know, in the final game, you look down and there's an image. I mean, it seems like this is a 2D image, I think. And it's like Kakariko Village from the final game, but here it's that one. All right, and there's no entrance to Goron City here, right? I'm just checking to see if this is like different or the same as what is in the demo version. Well, I guess it's already kind of different because I'm Adult Link now. Yeah, I didn't actually lose any health from doing that. Yeah, it is so cool, isn't it? Okay, we're still blocked off, so it's time to go back to map select. Goron City didn't exist quite yet, though it was planned. There's another map that was connected to the trail and crater instead. They removed the entrance to it for Spaceworld, though. Okay, I'm guessing we're gonna see that in the map select, right? The graveyard we've been to, the Lost Woods. Let's see the Lost Woods. Wow. So this one I have a couple of these, like Kakariko Village, I've loaded. I've explored this a little bit before playing it tonight, but not all of it. Not this. Look at this. There's Chews. There's Chews. And they change color. And the frame rate is very, very low here. So I remember an early screenshot of Link standing in the forest, and it looked nothing like anything that was in the final game. And I don't think it was this forest, but I do think it's the map that's in here as the Sacred Forest Meadow. Okay, let's see if we can figure out what the light medallion does. Probably talking about the screenshot of Link in early Hyrule Field with the Poe. There is a Poe. That's early Hyrule Field. Is that map in here? You can see the Hyrule Castle town entrance in the background. Oh, maybe. I'll have to look it up. We have an early Stalfos. Look at that. I wanna kill this old school looking Stalfos. Got him. CDI fails. We have the collision for it from the Gigaleak, but no, it's not in here. Oh, cool. That is very cool. CDI fails. Do you know how much of the earlier stuff, like the version where Link has brown hair? Do you know how much of that is in the Gigaleak, or even if any of that is in here? Overmotion Robot, looking at old photos now. You found the picture you were describing, and brown sleeves, yeah. CDI fails, but when you go to that second earliest Hyrule Field map, you'll show you that screenshot with the Poe again, and you'll notice Hyrule Castle Town walls in the background instantly. Ooh, cool. I can't wait to see it. And no pants. No early Link stuff is in the Gigaleak, unfortunately. Man, that's a lot of that stuff is like just very, very interesting to me. I guess that's the version with the Triforce, in the chest, right? Brown sleeve, no pants Link is best Link. Next to excuse me, Princess Link. I think that's the same Link. It seems like that's the same Link. I just love how like open this map is. Wait, Epona? Hi, Epona. This right here reminds me so much of a certain place in Shadow of the Colossus. Anybody know what I'm talking about when I say that? This is so cool. Okay, let's go through that doorway. Oh, Sasha, you know what I mean about Shadow of the Colossus for this part? Yeah, there's that one forested area. And the frame rate slows down a lot, I think, on the PS2 version there too. Okay, back to Kokiri Forest. Alright, and with that, we'll go back to map select. Tuffyman, regret to inform me you had to step away. You've missed everything from after the shop. I have to restart. Well, I mean, I'll definitely probably play this again at some point. I don't know if I'll stream it again, though. Hey, you've got the VOD, Tuffy. You can always check out the VOD. But Tuffy, you're here at probably the best part, because we've gone through the demo. Probably the most interesting thing about the demo was just how different inside the Deku Tree was. But now what we're doing is going through all of the maps that have been restored from the Gigaleak and the prototype cartridge, which includes stuff that wasn't in the demo. So we were just in Lost Woods, Kokiri Forest, or Kokiri Village we've already been to, The Sacred Forest Meadow. So here's the Sacred Forest Meadow. And so I totally believe you, CDI Fails, that it was a place in Hyrule Field with a castle in the background, but like it really looks like this place to me too. That picture with the Poe is. What is this? Some runes. A random ruined pavilion. Same path and ground textures, and both are foggy. Yeah, that's why I thought it was this one. Oh, that's interesting that they were putting. I'm guessing the fog isn't everywhere in the old Hyrule Field, though, right? It's possible that the area of old Hyrule Field that Link was in was leading to the Lost Woods or something, hence the similar aesthetic. That's what I would guess, just like off the top of my head, not having looked at it in a while. Okay, we're gonna go into fairy mode here. Oh, whoops, I put it on the bow. Didn't mean to do that. Alright, so Tuffymon, you probably missed this spell that didn't make it into the final game, where we can turn into a fairy, a la Zelda 2. It's really hard to know if I'm gonna. Okay, we see a building now. I was gonna say it's really hard to know if we're coming up on something interesting because of the fog. I guess this would have been the Forest Temple, right? Oh, did we go inside the Forest Temple? Ooh. Forest Temple. I guess we're doing the Forest Temple now. I don't know if we'll go through the entire dungeon or not. Tuffymon, you already imagine the hidden stuff that you'd need fairy form. Yeah, yeah. Okay, this is a lot different looking for sure. There's a Poe. Whoa! We clipped through the elevator. What? Let's see. Can I climb back up? Okay. Okay, we can climb back up. It's a little wonky. That's fine. We got a black room. Bone Shock, the placeholder model for the outside of the temple also made you think of Zelda 2. Yeah, I can see that. Man, this is very different without the Forest Temple music, though, isn't it? We already did the kill two Stalfos. Let's see if anything happens when we kill them, though. Can we just use our fairy arrows? Oh, we can do the quick spin. Can we do a charge spin? Nope. Okay. Let's get serious here. Actually, you know what? Let's make it... Oh, let's try out the landmine. We haven't tried out the landmine yet. I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, it worked. I don't think it did any damage to them, though. No Skulltula to ambush you there? Yeah, that's true. Oh, it doesn't even hurt them. I'm trying. Oh, okay, I just realized I'm pressing the wrong button. I was trying to like do a side jump, but I somehow kept hitting him. Yeah, getting used to the difference in controls is very. Obviously, I haven't done it yet fully. Okay, so we didn't make a chest up here or anything. Porcino-sama 2. Hello. you can explore inaccessible rooms of Forest Temple using C up or C down, like in the map select. Oh, thank you for the tip, Porcino 2. Oh, okay, in the map select. Okay, cool. Also, I wonder if I can, like, just go down here with Navi mode. Looks like we can. And by the way, Porcino Sama 2, welcome in. Hope you're having a great night. Porcino Sama, are you one of the devs here? Is that how you know that, or have you just played it yourself? Because I know we have CDI Fails in here, guiding us a little bit. All right, I'm gonna wait for this to wear off and then try going through this door. Man, there's so much to unpack here. Probably like, honestly, probably more than I can get through just tonight. We may revisit this on stream in the future. I mean, I've still got a little bit of little ways to go with the stream for tonight, but there is so much here. Oh, here's the boss battle room. Way smaller, way less elbow room than in the final version. Also, you can jump down here. Interesting. Bonechuk, you'd be down for a sequel? Yeah, there's a lot to explore. Okay, let's go back to map select. Because yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get through the entire everything that there is in the Forest Temple. Map select. So yeah, spawn. See, okay, I see how it works. Porcino. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Also, by the way, Porcino Sama 2. Yeah, we can choose spawn location 1 out of 2 or 2 out of 2 for these various places. All right, let's go Lake Hylia. Oh, we gotta read this sign. I'm guessing it probably just says it's a secret to everyone. Or does it say anything? Maybe we can't actually interact with it. Alright, let's get back on the horse. Chop it. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll chop the next sign I see. So, very, very large area already for Lake Hylia. There's the laboratory, and there's Jabu Jabu. Uh-oh. Where did I end up? Love the bushels. Yeah. I think I just ended up back at the other side of the map. I did walk around Lake Hylia before streaming it. This isn't my first time in this particular region. Let's see if we can go inside the laboratory. Oh, there's another sign we can try to chop. It says nothing. Chopping signs was not yet implemented. Can't talk to her. But this, do you guys think this was Malin? It kind of looks a little bit like Malin. Can you, pick up cuckoos? Yeah. Seems like it could be. Look, we're walking on water. Oh, there's a fish swimming over here. Let's see if we can catch the fish in a bottle or not. Doesn't seem like it. Can't catch the fish. Let's see. So this is, I'm pretty sure this is just a big empty field of water. Gotta drink the fish. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything like the the fishing pond or anything over here. I think it's just a giant plain of water. I don't even see the water temple. I know there's a path going up the side of the mountain over here, but it just goes to nowhere. So that's Lake Hylia. Let's see what else. Did Lake Hylia have 2? Oh, it's got 3 spawn points. Okay, let's check the other spawn points. One of those, I guess, is where Jabu Jabu spit us out. Yep. Let's check the third one. Oh, whoops. I forgot to change it. One more try there. Spawn 3. Ah, right in front of the lab. Okay. Yeah, and that path there goes all the way along the side of the cliff, but it doesn't lead to anything. Okay. What's next? Okay, Zora's River I'm very excited for. I haven't loaded this one up myself, but I know what is here. And yes. Look at the Octoroks. These were from early screenshots. Like, I think that these were in screenshots of Brown Hair Link, right? These Octoroks. I love them. I love them so much. Yeah, they were, yeah. Let's see if Zora's River leads us anywhere. They're so silly. I love them. They look so much like the original Legend of Zelda Octoroks and Link to the Past. Okay, I wonder if this was that map that screenshots exist for. See, now after playing this, I really want to go back with a fine-tooth comb and look at all of those older screenshots and see what can be recognized from here. And they're a lot easier to fight than the final version Octoroks. Okay, and we've reached the waterfall. Yep. Okay, and that's Zora's River. The Octoroks are one of my favorite things in here, for sure. Zora's Fountain. Interesting. This looks more like the fishing pond than Zora's Fountain, doesn't it? Hey, we can actually go in the water. Okay, so we can't. Oh, we can dive. How deep can we dive? That looks like the deepest diving, right? Is there a? I don't see the Zora's scale, the silver scale there at all. Zelda's seal. What? Now, okay, so going back to the Triforce rumors, one of the things was, the Triforce in the center of this screen is like there but always dull, and people thought, oh, when you get the Triforce in the game, it becomes golden or yellow, whatever. And here it is, and it has a name associated with it, Zelda's seal. That's crazy. What else do we have? Stone of Agony? Why are there 4 Stones of Agony? That's interesting. Now, the question is, what is Zelda's seal? Wow. That's a whole nother mystery that's opened up to me. Also, let's look at the music. Let's see if the music is the same. Will it do? It looks like it won't do a the demo of it. That I think that one. Oh, Minuet of Wind instead of Minuet of Forest. That's interesting. Bolero of Fire. That's the same. Waltz of Water. What is it? It's not called Waltz of Water in the final game. What is it called? I can't remember what it's actually called, but I'm like 99% sure it's not Waltz of Water. It was accidentally a mistranslation. It's Zelda's seal. She's a Pokemon trainer. Gospel of Spirit. That's a different name too. Etude of Shadow. Okay, that's the same. Prelude of Light. That one's got the same name. Is Etude of Shadow, that's a different name too, isn't it? I'm not 100% sure about that one. Now I'm kind of like, I can't remember the names of the actual songs. Kokiri's Emerald, Goron's Ruby, and Zora's Sapphire. It's interesting that when I look at these, I see Goron's Ruby kind of looks like a flat symbol for music notes, and Zora's Sapphire looks like a sharp symbol on music, but I'm not sure what Kokiri's Emerald is supposed to be. I wonder if they initially were going for that. I mean, why else would this little thing be sticking out the side of Goron's Ruby? Okay, so I'm very fascinated by Zelda's seal. Okay, I think we can go back to map select now. Next up is Gyarados Valley. Wow, this one has 4 spawn points. Okay. Zora's Fountain did not have any others. Oh, Zora's River does though. But I think we saw everything in there. Let's check out Gyarados Valley. There's no music. It's not the same with no music. Can we get on that horse? No, we can only ride Epona, it looks like. Let's see what we got. We got some tents. There's more than one tent. There's a whole like little tent village. And the tents are before the bridge here. Okay, well we gotta go get down and look inside these tents. Clearly. There's nothing in this one. Whoa, we jumped. Nothing in this one. Oh, we can just walk through. Oh, only from the inside. The collision only works one way. And I'm guessing there's nothing in any. Oh, there's a box in here. Let's see, can we maybe blow this box up? No. Maybe smash it with the hammer. That's the last thing I'm going to try. And then we'll go forward. Nope. Alright. Back on Epona. I wonder if we can do this jump. I'm guessing we can do the jump since that's why she's here. Hey, it works. No no epic other camera angle though. Oh, the desert is over there. Look at this cacti. But let's go the other way first. I guess the Gyarados Fortress is probably... Ah, come on. Stop running into walls. Maybe Gyarados Fortress is over here and the desert is the other way? Let's find out. Oh, that brought us out. Okay, let's try spawn point 2. Oh, I see we can change our age too when we spawn in. That's neat. That camera angle was always so satisfying. I agree. I love that camera angle. Okay, so this is if we fell into the water. I'm guessing there's not much to see over here, but let's at least swim forward a little bit. There is a place where we can get out, just like in the final game. And this looks pretty similar to what it looks like in the final game. Oh, is there? Can't tell. Yeah, we can go behind the waterfall at least. There's something over here. Something over here that is definitely not in the final game. Oh no, it was an illusion. It looks like maybe they hadn't implemented climbing yet, which is why we couldn't climb the to Death Mountain Summit, even though that texture is here. And this definitely looks like a texture for climbing. And it leads to a little hole in the wall, so we're definitely going to go into fairy mode and see what's in that hole. Absolutely. And nothing. There's nothing in the hole. Alright, let's we can use fairy mode to get back to the top of the to the canyon as well. Hopefully. Maybe. Going up. Up, up, up. There we go. Let's go over to the desert. That's where we want to be. See, this looks like a climbing texture too, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's different. Oh, it did the sound effect. That sound effect is in the final game in the intro when Navi is like flying and she bumps into a fence or something. We hear that sound effect. Okay, it looks very much like a real desert. Ooh, we're falling very far. Let's I just want to fly really high and see if we can see anything off in the distance. Doesn't look like it. Oh, that's definitely the end. Oh, interesting. We can't go into the menu while in fairy mode. Alright. What is next? Hyrule Castle, we've been there. Death Mountain Trail, we've been there. Death Mountain Crater. Oh, there's a lot of different stuff in Death Mountain. Okay, let's go into the crater. Hey, we don't even have to have the Goron tunic on. Nice. So definitely the broad strokes of what's in the final game is here. There's no break in that whatchamacallit, that bridge. The lava texture is pretty primitive, I would say. Let's see, can we go into the fire temple? Oh, there's no, it's not a big hole that we can just drop down. There's actually stairs. Oh, the stairs go on and on and on. Do they ever end? Oh, it does not bring us into the fire temple. Okay, that was cool. Let's see what Death Mountain entrance is. Ooh. This is another cave. Oh, I like how like open this cave is. There's another there's an exit at the other side. Let's see where that goes. Back to Goron City. Or the entrance to Goron City. Alright, we've got more Death Mountain. Death Mountain Caverns. Okay, this one is not so open. It's a very claustrophobic little cave. Let's see if it goes anywhere, though. Oh, there's a branching path. Uh-oh. Okay, let's try this one, because it looks like a... Oh, we got an Octorok! My favorite little Octorok. That looks like a bottomless drop. And this would have been really something if they had this, like, elaborate... Look at this! What is this? Why is there an X on the wall? Do I bomb it? Nope, doesn't do anything. Why is that X there? That's weird. Here's another mystery. There are more mysteries being presented here. Let's go into fairy mode, and so I can go up this little ledge. Whoops! I failed at that. Where did this lead us? Wow, it's very easy to get lost in this one. Okay, so I came up this way. Oh man, I don't know where I am. So, in the interest of getting... Okay, so there was the X. In the interest of getting to more stuff, seeing more stuff, I might just head back to the menu for this one. Oh, but this is so cool, like how deep this goes. And you can just fly around it. Alright, we'll go back to the menu and go to the next map. Very cool, though. The market entrance, market day, market night. We haven't seen market night. Let's see what market looks like at night. Oh, it looks exactly the same as during the day, I think. You talk to people, do they say something different? She says the same thing. Alright, let's go back. Market item shop? Sure. Oh, this is very different. You can buy a fish. There's that guy. He's in the final game. You can buy potions. Looks like you could just buy potions and a fish, right? Oh, this is like the one time where I don't have rupees, but want them. Let's see what he says. This is an adult shop. Come back when you're older. Then I'll play with you. Is that supposed to be what does he mean by that? Oh my, indeed. We can't walk out. So, yep. That is the item shop with some questionable text. We've seen outside the Temple of Time. We've seen the Chamber of Sages. This is a good one. This is gonna be a good one. They're all here. Do they say anything? That's the question. Look, he's just a regular Goron. It's not Darunia. It's just a Goron. There's Zelda as a child. And that's not Saria. It's a secret to everybody. Okay, they probably all say that. Can I talk to Impa? You notice that Impa is wearing a face mask. I noticed that in the intro as well. That's a difference. Ruto is not here. Or just a random stand-in Zora. Whoa. Is this the initial or the stand-in for Naburu? Oops. It's a secret to everybody. Yep. She's a very sharp, well, as many N64 characters are. Okay, what if we jump? We can't jump. Can we fly like a fairy? So this was another thing, like, I remember people speculating about exploring this map back in the old days, in the days of the internet rumors about the Triforce and stuff. I think I remember reading one where it was like, above the Chamber of Sages is the Temple of Light. And you can get to the Temple of Light, and it's a hidden dungeon. And, that's... Oh, wait. What's happening? We got into a situation where the camera's not following.
You gotta do what? I gotta believe.
Believe in the Triforce. Look at that. We got into a space where the camera was fixed. Okay, it fixed itself. Yeah, believe that the Triforce is out there, right? Okay. What else we got? We got Hyrule Castle Garden. Okay, that's a new one. This is very different. Wow. And it's one of these pre-rendered ones. So that's where we would come in from, I guess. Maybe I should have spawned in here as Child Link. Let's see what happens if we move this way. Oh, that's the end of the line. Okay, I'm gonna I want to try this one again as Child Link. First, let's see if I don't think it would teleport us anywhere depending on age, but yeah, no. Okay, let's see what happens if we go over to the place where we come in from. Nope, looks like we can't crawl back out. Okay, that's really cool. I love all the pre-rendered background maps in Ocarina of Time. I really like the way they look. Fairy fountain. This is interesting. I feel like this was... There were screenshots of this, right? And there's even like a TV spot that has an earlier fairy fountain with like a unicorn statue in it. This is not that one, but still, I love the vibe of this fairy fountain. I would come to a party here. Let's see what happens if we leave. Will this door bring us anywhere? Oh, it brings us somewhere. Oh, we're just falling into infinity. Quit. The target range. Is this guy gonna talk? No. Does not call Epona. Oh, you know what? We haven't done... Oh, wait. I never noticed this silver bracelet before. What we haven't done is try playing any of these songs. Let's see what happens. Oh, no. Nothing happens. Oh, CD fails. You can hold L, then R, then Z to go back to the map. Oh, thanks for the tip. Thank you for the tip. That seems easier than what I've been doing. Okay, we do need to call Epona over, I think. Let's test out the horse whistle. This is our first time actually using this item. Well, we used it when she was already like 2 feet away, right? There she is. So this is like the archery mini game, basically, I think. Oh, I can't use the bow while on the horse though. Bow is not working for me. Oops. Let's get down. Let's see if anything happens when I shoot these targets. Nope. It's just target practice. Alright, let's ride around here. It reminds me very much of like a English equestrian field. I like the different color of the grass. Different colors of the grass. Let's see what's on the far end of it. I'm guessing it's just desert. That's what it looks like. Oh, there's a pathway. And it leads us to Lake Hylia. Interesting. This is Lake Hylia, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Alright, let's try this. Hold down L, then R, then Z. Cool. Alright, Link's house we've seen. Kokiri's shop we've seen. We've seen the Kokiri house. Grotto. Oh, this looks pretty much the same as in the final game. What? What? That's funny. That's hilarious. He starts to like pick up the chest and then falls. And this brings us out into Hyrule Field. Okay. LRZ. Water cave. Whoops. That's another infinite fall. Let's try that one more time. Let's go the other way. Whoa. It's interesting this is called Water Cave. It does not seem very watery, you know? Alright, let's see. Is there anything down here? Oh, there is. Where will this take us? That's where. Speaking of water, I need some. Yeah, it's really interesting that there were no Zoras, even to the point where they didn't put a placeholder for Ruto. They did have the text describing the Zoras, though. Alright, Hyrule Field Old. This is one that I'm excited for. Wow, look at that. It's so cool. Okay, here we go. Hyrule Field Old. Yeah. That is so cool, the way that the castle looks. Look at that entrance. gonna post like 4 screens now? Yeah, go for it. Okay, yeah. Let me bring these up on my end. Okay, that's absolutely the picture that is in my mind of the Poe and the forest. Let's see what else we got. Okay, another look at that one. What is this the map that we're looking at? This is okay. Wow. So you could I brought up the one that has the map around the castle, and I guess the original intent here that we can infer is that it was they wanted it to be like it is in Twilight Princess, where there's a north, east, south, and west entrance basically to the castle town. That is really cool. The third one is an early Hyrule Field collision model. Okay, that's the one I was just talking about. And you can see it has the same Castletown entrance you see in front of you. Yep. And in the Poe image, you can see that Castletown entrance in the background. Okay, let me see. I haven't looked at the fourth one yet. Oh, cool. Okay, I'm looking at the fourth one where you like lined up that collision map with these screenshots. That is so cool. All right, and okay, now I'm looking at the Poe, and yeah, I see what's highlighted in the background. Okay, but I'm gonna explore a little more around here now. Thanks for posting those. Yeah, that really shows it. Shows some cool stuff for sure. All right, looks like there's nothing this way. I wonder if am I able to call Epona here? Let's use that horse whistle. I don't see her. I just love the way the water looks. You know what it reminds me of? Just the whole, like, the way that this map is reminds me of, like, Blood Gulch from Halo. Or maybe even... Is that the one that's in Halo 1? Or... Do you guys know what I mean? Does anybody else feel the same way? This is like... Feels like a Halo 1 map. I like it. I like these green grassy fields. Okay, so maybe this is where... Oh, also I just noticed the mini map. Oh, we can follow this river a little bit. Yeah, this might be the most interesting thing. There's a ton of interesting things in here. But this is one of my favorites for sure. I'd say my favorite things so far are inside the Deku Tree. I mean, inside the Deku Tree is probably like the biggest thing. The Octorok, and maybe this map, or maybe Kakariko Village. I don't know which one I like better. All right, let's do some further exploration. We've got the vague shape of Lon Lon Ranch maybe over there? I don't know. Let's see, and we still have, of course, this as our map. Oh, and I notice the map here, if we look at the collision map that CDI Fails posted, it's got that same diamond shape for just like the shape of the market town. That's kind of interesting. maybe over here is gonna be where the woods are. Oh, there's a random house in Hyrule Field. Man, you know what is really interesting about this is I feel like let's see. Oh, before I say that, Porcino-sama 2, this old map seems to be bigger than the final version. Love it. It does feel bigger, yeah. And that, I think that goes into what I was just about to say, is that from this you can see ideas that they probably wanted to implement as early as Ocarina of Time, but probably there were just technical limitations. But some of these ideas ended up in later Zelda games, like the size of this map, the fact that like the 4 entrances to Hyrule Castle Town that are in that collision map that CDI Fails posted, the fact that there's just like a house out in the middle of the field, like even stuff that they did in Breath of the Wild. I mean, I know that it was just there for the demo, but the wild horses running around. I don't know. I could probably think about it and make a bigger list, but like I feel like I can see a lot of things that the sense I get is that they had ideas that they wanted to implement, and we can see some of those ideas in these early maps, and then we can see them coming to fruition in later Zelda games, where they probably were able to overcome the technical challenges. That's one of the most interesting things about this too. Okay, this is cool. Wow. Wow, there's a lot to explore on this map. Hey, Game Shardy, welcome in. Or is it Games... Oh, Games E. Hardy. Welcome in. However you say your name, I apologize for not being able to read it. Hope you're having a great night. This is a recreation of an Ocarina of Time beta using data found in a prototype cartridge as well as data from the Giga Leak. And here's a little blurby that I wrote up about it, but and that link, that GitHub link, get rid of the thanks at the end of it. I forgot to put a space there. It's a recreation. Yeah, but it is a recreation using real data recovered from those two places, from the a prototype cartridge and the Giga Leak. And it's okay. And actually, you know, what I'm playing right now, the map that I'm walking around is not part of this recreated demo. Actually, maybe I should explain that a bit more. So earlier in the night, I played through the demo recreation, which is what was presented at Spaceworld 1997. But also in this ROM patch that they released are other maps. And right now, what I'm walking around is a earlier version of Hyrule Field. So this was not in that demo, but this was found either in the Giga Leak or in the prototype cartridge. And yeah, I think this whole thing is amazing, and I applaud the people that put it together. What is the item on C left? That is a horsegrass whistle. So this is one of the things that we saw implemented in a later game. I was just talking about, like in Twilight Princess, you use grass to call a horse. And this isn't going to work here because Epona is not spawned on this map. Thanks for the follow, And you know, correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Game. There's that E in there that's throwing me off. Games Hardy. Gamesy Hardy. Yeah, thanks for the follow and welcome to our little corner of the internet. Yeah, so Epona's not here, so she can't answer the call, the whistle, but I'm just exploring this version of Hyrule Field on foot. And it looks like this must be the place where I started from, right? Or did I maybe walk all the way around? I guess it doesn't matter because I can't just go into Hyrule Castle here. There's no Hyrule Castle to go into. I guess I should try walking up to it though, right? Nothing. Okay, maybe we'll go into fairy mode. So Gamesy Hardy, this is, you might get a kick out of this. The magic spells are mapped to the medallions here, and there's 6 of them. And I think the best one is this one. So we have become Navi, and we can fly anywhere we choose. So let's see. Oh, there's something over here. It's like a grave. Tanny boy, what? That is awesome. Yeah, we're really into the fun stuff now, Tanny boy. Sorry you've been lurking for a while. This is amazing. Oh yeah, no problem, Tanny boy. This is, yeah, the fairy spell. The fairy spell is pretty awesome. Here's a pathway that goes up the mountains. Okay, of course it just ends there though. Oh, we're running out of fairy juice. That's okay though, because we don't have magic to use up. So let's just do it again. Amazing. Yeah, I think it's amazing. Okay, CDI fails if you are still with us. A question that I have here. Those trees from that forest screenshot, are they in here? If they are in here, I'd like to go fly by them. But I kind of get the sense that they're not. No, they're not. Okay. In that case, we'll move on to the next map. Tanny boy, this game made such an impact on you as a child. You literally wrote fan fiction about this game when you were in 3rd grade. Oh, that's great, Tanny boy. Yeah, it had a big impact on me too, for sure. CDI fails. We remade them, but decided not to include them because they were a little anachronistic, too old. Fair enough. Did you find the exact place that they go though? To recreate that view of the castle in the back. This map doesn't have any actors anyway, so the trees would never have been here. They were going to be the forest meadow. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, the forest meadow really looks like that screenshot. Okay, let's go back to map select. Tanny boy, you remember the first time you stabbed the sword in the stone in age 7 years. It blew your mind. Yeah, me too. Me too, absolutely. Yeah, Tanny boy, Ocarina of Time is my #1 favorite game ever. So I definitely feel you on that. Okay, Deku Tree Dungeon, we've already been there. Deku Tree Dungeon test. Let's see what's in the test. Ooh, interesting. This is very different. Gamesy Hardy, you would love to see the use of the other items. Oh, sure, we can use some other items. We can We can go through all the spells. I mean, they're definitely the most interesting. All of the spells can be put on the bow, but well, that's a good point. I haven't actually shot the bow with all of them. I mean, this is clearly just the fire arrows, and when you use the medallion, it's Din's fire with a little bit of a different animation. The water medallion is gonna do like a freezing kind of thing. I mean, it might be more interesting if there were enemies to use it on. We'll go through them quick. The forest medallion is just Faror's wind. So it'll create a warp point that we can warp back to. So I'll just do it so you can see it. So I mean, it pretty much works like it does in the final game, I think. So we created our warp point there. I guess we don't see we don't see it like we do in the oh no, there it is. And if I use it again, it'll warp us back here. We've seen the fairy mode. The light medallion does this, and I guess it stuns enemies. And the shadow medallion is pretty cool. The shadow medallion is stealth. And again, there's no enemies here, so we're not really seeing it in its full capacity, but yeah, this is stealth mode. So we're like a Sheikah ninja here. And can't cancel it. That's okay, we'll deal with the darkness. So this is just like a test map for inside the Deku Tree, I guess, and it just kind of does the spiral that goes up the center, like was in the demo version of the map. So we'll just walk to the top of the spiral, see what we can see. We just got increasingly smaller rooms as we go up. Oh, that's the end. Whee! Okay, let's go to another map. Goma boss test. Oh, we even have a cutscene here. This is probably just the boss fight, I'm guessing. Which we've already done, and it's actually no different than in the final game. Oh, except we're fighting her as an adult. That's kind of nifty. I wonder if we can just... Look how small she is. She still needs to be stunned, I guess. Will the bow work? The bow is not working. I guess maybe we can't beat her. Because we have no way to stun her. It's kind of funny to be here as adult Link, though, and especially to be standing next to Goma as adult Link. She's like so much smaller, right? Alright. Let's see what else we got. Oh, Jabu Jabu dungeon test. This is... Whoa! Whoa! I guess this was just like a test of the effects. Wow. Cool. Well, that's all that's here. Oh, maybe, let's see, is there anything that we want to try using on an enemy here, though? What have we not... I actually have not used the freeze thing. Those things, okay, oh, it puts puts them in a little block of ice and just kills them. Nice. What's the use of Spiny Shell? The Spiny Shell is a landmine. And I gather that it works just like a bomb, but it... Yeah, you see, when an enemy comes in range of it, it explodes. Otherwise, it just stays there, and we can't explode it by walking on it ourselves. So that was the precursor to the bomb chew, I guess. Okay, special course we've seen, Forest Temple. Let's check out the Forest Temple test. Ah, this is familiar. Everything looks a little bit smaller. Let's go around. It's totally like they like scaled this up for the final version of the game, right? Like it feels like I'm a giant Link walking around this. Let's see if we can find anything interesting. Everything is so small, yeah. Okay, this place is kind of mazy. Notice that Link's agility is different. Yeah, there's this turning animation. Actually, I've gotten so used to it now that I forgot that it's there. Because I've been playing for a while now. But yeah, when you first pick this up, you could definitely tell the way he turns is different. The color on his tunic is different for sure. His hat is a little different. Hey, Mosai Korop. Thank you for the follow. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but yeah, welcome in. I hope you're having a great night over there, and hope you're enjoying seeing things that were cut or things that were different along the road to Ocarina of Time. I think it's so amazing. Okay. Let's see. We've still got a lot of stuff. Well, not a lot, I guess. Fire Temple. So this is like the room where you get the Megaton Hammer. Let's see if it... Oh, the switch does something. Yep, this is pretty much the same. Even that that camera stuff is the same. Although this room is way darker here than it is in the final game. I'm not gonna bother trying to get here before the timer runs out because there's no chest there. Let's see. Where's that door? Where was that door? Here it is. I feel like there's probably a little bit to explore in the Fire Temple. Where are we? I should equip the hammer. Okay, that doesn't do anything here. Is Triforce also in this game? The Triforce itself is not, but if you have similar memories to me about late 90s internet rumors about finding the Triforce, one of the things was the symbol in the middle of the medallions is always just grayed out. But here it's lit up like the medallions, and it has a name, Zelda's seal. So, what is that all about? There are more mysteries. Oh, also I haven't read the names of the medallions. Mito's seal was Saria. Oh, wait, this is the Shadow Temple, but it's called Mito's seal. I wonder if they're not mapped correctly, or if wait a minute. What? Let's see. Okay, Saria's seal, Darunia's seal, Ruto's seal, Naburu's seal, Mito's seal. This is the Shadow Temple one, right? It is. but it's called Mito's seal. That's really weird. Was Mito going to be the Sage of Shadow? And Raru's seal. But we saw in the Chamber of Sages map, Impa is standing there. So interesting. Another mystery. Yet another mystery. Alright, let's see if we can find anything interesting in the Fire Temple. Oh, this is like one of the prison cells where the Gorons were. I'll be honest, in the final game, I think the Fire Temple is my least favorite dungeon. So I don't necessarily feel the need to stay here too long, especially because, I mean, yeah, things are different, but I don't see anything that's like earth-shatteringly different. Let's see if we can knock away the... Oh, that works. Look at that. Let's see if we can... Oh! Here we go. Where does this lead? Where are we? Just fire on the wall. Okay, this looks like the way back up to where the hammer would be, I think. Yep. Okay. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of the Fire Temple, so maybe we could try the other two spawn points. Let's try that. Okay, this is where we just were. That brings us up. Okay. Let's try the third spawn point. Ah, this is the start. The start of it. Looks like. Oh, the room over here where the boss key, you need to go in there to get the boss key, right? After you get the hammer. That is not there. That's interesting. Also, these stairs, you don't have to hop up them in the final game. So it's probably easier for me to navigate the Fire Temple starting from there. Let's go back to the other side. Let's see what's on the other side. Yeah, everything looks a little bit different. Everything looks a little darker in the Fire Temple, for sure. Ah, there may not be a way to progress here. I mean, obviously we can turn into a fairy. Let's go into fairy mode and see what's on the other side. Oh, there's a pillar of flame that shoots up. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's try this. Let's push this block on. And let's ride it. And see where it brings us. This is kind of similar to the final game, except it's in a different place, right? Okay, well, let's go to the next map. So let me just see what everything is that's left, because I probably should start winding down the stream. So Ganon's Tower, Water Temple we want to see, Ganon's Tower we want to see. I wonder what Sasaki's test is. I mean, that one has an interesting name. Material test. Let's see what Sasaki's test is. Oh, it's foggy. It's got different effects. I guess this was just used to debug and stuff. What's over here? It looks like there's some kind of rock. Can we bomb it? Oh, we saw what the texture looks like. All right. Let's look at the water temple. This looks like the boss room, right? Oh, the water doesn't work. Oh, we're very far down, very deep down. Let's try that again. There's only one spawn point though for the water temple, so maybe this would have been the entrance. I mean, that kind of looks like a door, right? Let's walk around. We'll go through that door on the other side and see what we can see. Oh, 1 minute. I will be right back. Okay, so my 2-year-old woke up over there. He stopped crying now, but if he starts again, we'll probably have to end the stream. We're at wherever we are at. Gamesy Hardy, when you were younger, there was a rumor at the time that it was possible to get the Triforce. Oh yes, I'm very familiar with those rumors. I was so into reading those rumors and whatnot. Ah man, the water temple looks really cool and really different. But yeah, unfortunately my 2-year-old is woken up and crying, and this is about the time where I usually end anyways, so I think we're gonna have to call it here. Maybe we'll do a real quick load into Ganon's Tower just to see what it looks like. Oh, it's the actual dungeon. I was thinking it was going to be the outside of it. Okay, well, thank you everybody for watching. I'm going to wrap up quick here. So, oh, we got a wall master. Yeah, it's been an awesome time. Thank you to the devs who came by, CDI Fails and others. Overmotional Robot, thanks for hanging out. Bone Shock, thanks for hanging out. Thank you, everybody. Let me find somewhere for us to send a raid. Somewhere cool. And then I need to go to the crying baby. Well, he's not a baby. He's a toddler. Where should we go? Let's go over to Tragic on Twitch. She's a cool retro streamer, also does original hardware. Let's give her some love over there. Hopefully I'm spelling it right. Yep, looks like it's going well. Alright, I will be back on Monday night beating Final Fantasy 2 once and for all, and then after that, we're gonna play through Minish Cap. So yeah, catch you guys later.